It's okay.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Day 2 of the evidentiary hearing for, let's see if that was all right. Docket number 2024-0255. In the matter of the application of Young Brothers LLC. I think we left off, and we'll start with Dr. Paul Brubaker. Dr. Brubaker, good to see you again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ono?
Thank you, Chair. We'll leave our 5-minute summary direct and stand on Dr. Brubaker's written direct testimony and exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. Mr. Knox?
Chair, I'm going to beg your pardon and ask for a brief recess because of the Wi-Fi. I had to restart my computer.
All right, thank
and
you.
It is working through that.
Okay, 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Sorry. All right, we're back from recess. Appreciate all of you as we took care of some technical difficulties. I think we got it all squared away. Thank you, Mr. Baker, for indulging in that. So we'll start with our cross-examination by the consumer advocate.
Good morning, Dr.
Well, excuse me, Chair. I'd like to make an objection to the consumer advocate cross-examining Dr. Brubaker. On September 24th, 2025, the consumer advocate filed its witness and exhibit list. The witness list was supposed to identify all witnesses that the consumer advocate intended to cross-examine. Dr. Brubaker's name does not appear on that list. So that basis, I object to this cross-examination.
Chair, no, it doesn't, but we did put in a reservation that we would like to cross anyone based on things we've heard at the hearing. We've heard several things about the forecasting and about how that relates to the price elasticity of demand adder. And Dr. Brubaker's testimony is very related to that. And because of that reservation, even though we did not originally identify him, we would like to cross him.
The purpose of this order is clearly to prevent sandbagging. And that's what's going on here. What Mr. Knox is talking about is nothing new. It's in the direct testimony of Dr. Brubaker. It's in the direct testimony of Dr. Ankam. This is nothing new that has occurred at the hearing. He's waived his right to cross-examine the witness.
So now,
I'll note that we did cross Dr. Ankam, but he wasn't on our list either. We didn't get an objection for that. I'm curious why there's an objection coming up for Dr. Brubaker now.
okay.
Well, I can selectively choose to object to whatever witness I choose to object to. But you can't keep cross-examining witnesses that don't appear on your witness list. I mean, I'm going to start creating exhibits for this hearing. Is that fair? I don't think so.
Okay. Mr. Arnold, we'll note your objection. We will allow Mr. Knox to stay on topic on your cross-examination, as you noted that if it's related, all right? Go ahead.
Over objection. Thank you.
Dr. Brubaker, just to start, is Exhibit YB 801 the September 2024 report mentioned in your direct testimony? Are those the same thing?
YB 801
Yes.
is my October report,
October.
October 2024.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And are you running a forecast model to produce the figures and results in YB 801 and also showing up in the figures in your YB T8?
Not presently.
Oh, sorry, did you?
I did for this report.
See, thank you. And is that separate and different from Dr. Ankam's volume forecast model?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Would you please look at your direct testimony at page 16? You've got a numbered paragraph number 2. And I'll read an excerpt. It could help to incorporate well-identified factors into the model. And you mentioned price elasticities in that paragraph in number 2.
Mhm.
Sure. Have you looked at your model and the cargo volumes in your model to compare cargo volumes against price elasticity, price changes to find price elasticity effects?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Could you repeat the first part of the question?
Sure. Have you looked for price elasticity effects and correlations between prices and cargo volumes in your model?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. Do you think you could pick out and reliably validate price elasticity effects on cargo volumes in your model? And do you think you could separate them from other effects that you note, such as pre-pandemic macroeconomic factors, and post-pandemic microeconomic factors.
Yeah, objection, vague and ambiguous, compound, and complex.
I'll try to
rephrase, please.
rephrase. Do you think that you could look for price elasticity effects in your model?
Can I elaborate a little
Please,
on
please.
how I approach it? So
Yeah.
I approach this from a macro standpoint, and I described that elsewhere in my testimony. And in recent years, it seemed to the company that it would be fruitful to explore the same kind of forecasting exercise from a micro foundation standpoint. So from the bottom up, as opposed to the top down. And your question essentially is there a way that we could merge them up in some sense? So strictly speaking, to answer your question, do I think I could do that? I think I could try. I'm not sure I could actually do it.
If you tried, do you think you could separate price elasticity effects from other effects that you've more traditionally looked at in your model?
Objection, no foundation, speculation.
I'll move on. In your direct testimony, do you mention that annual cargo tonnage data has only been available from 1996, and is it quarterly or monthly data only since 2005?
Correct.
And did you mention that you have submitted testimony on sales forecasts in the past 2016, 2017, and 2019 rate case applications before this one?
I have.
Does QSI's volume forecast model now obviate and replace your forecast?
Well, I don't think so.
Do you have plans in future rate cases to collaborate with Dr. Ancom and merge your models?
I would be delighted to collaborate if asked.
Mhm.
I'm not sure merging the models would be possible.
So they might be like parallel models for sales forecasts.
They focus on really different domains.
Yeah.
It is the problem.
Could you explain a little bit about domains?
So the macroeconomy obviously is aggregated up,
Mhm.
and the micro structure we're talking about is happening at the customer level, essentially, the service provider level, and then the customer level. The customer base is diffuse and heterogeneous. And so understanding how different elements, even if you could aggregate within those many, many customers, understanding how segments or even as a whole clients respond to the pricing environment would be difficult just in its own terms, but it's not, you can't really aggregate it. The impulse to approach the forecasting challenge initially, in my case, was a result of a basic idea that as a hub and spoke transportation services provider, primarily distributing outward in terms of transshipment from an urban hub. And literally recognizing in the data, when I first saw the data back in the day, 10 or 15 years ago, recognizing the characteristics that were similar to those observed in the macroeconomy, specifically the investment cycle, and then the ebb and flow of tourism export activity, led me to think that the macro approach was suitable. But you can't model pricing responses without the prices. And I've never seen the prices. To this day, I've never seen the prices. The macro approach is a fixed price kind of a kind of way of approaching things. Although the caveat is that any nominal variables I have to deflate with a suitable price index, like a consumer price index. But I'm, primarily working with real variables.
Yeah.
Tonnage, tonnage of cargo, and so I've tended to specify the structure of the model so that the explanatory variables are also real. So, the number of housing units authorized by building permit, for example, or when nominal, say with private building permit values, deflated with an appropriate construction cost deflator. And, the visitor count rather than visitor expenditures, although if I were to use visitor expenditures, I would deflate with the tourism price index or some proxy for aggregate price movements. But again, the gap between macro aggregative economic variables and the microeconomic environment in which the firm operates, in which the company operates, is pretty vast. And the only thing that even makes it interesting to think about merging them is that as a regulated monopoly carrier, right? That was the state's idea. We'll have one carrier and we'll regulate it. The micro firm becomes the sole macro operator. So it's a question of industrial structure, but that still doesn't diminish the challenge of looking at that diffuse, heterogeneous, customer base and their, behavioral response to changing prices. So I was happy when Gus and those guys, were brought in, and part of the most interesting part of the collaboration a year ago, it's been a while, but for about a year prior to my report, at least intensively the 6 months prior to my report, I remember particularly in the summer and in the spring and summer, having Zoom calls with members of the QSI team, and just trying to understand what they're doing and thinking about whether there's a way to incorporate flexible prices into the fixed price model. But yeah, my model is a fixed price model.
But did you say that pre-pandemic, you did think that macroeconomic factors were a good fit for forecasting?
Well, that's a whole nother theme in my testimony, but yeah, the thing worked like a charm, like it was magic until about 2014, I want to say. 13, 14, it started to, almost immediately after I started, the patterns seemed to break for a couple of reasons. One is that the amplitude of the investment cycle and diminished, so that was a big driver. And then the other was that the variation in tourism performance, which is largely been stagnant around in today's dollars, like a $20 to $25 billion export sector. Your dad and I have written papers about this, by the way. That variation not only diminished. I mean, we had some big whacks like the Great Recession, worst recession since the Great Depression. But what confounded my approach is that thereafter came the longest economic expansion in history, not just American history, in recorded history. So if you're just expanding every year, year after year after year, and there's no variation, like there's nothing but trend. And so what was happening in the way I approached it was all the prior sources of variation were being diminished either by, I don't know what happened in the investment cycle, but the amplitude went down. And by, as I say, this extended, it was a long runway for tourism from a deep hole, but you get halfway through the 20 teens and it's not really helping. And then, so we got into this period with the CAA and the PUC where I remember there was one time when there were these interrogatories saying, compile every forecast you ever made. Like, why? And I think I had 24 because like I'm not accusation, but the, implication of being asked to do all this petty work was that my forecasts were off. They were too high. So there was something systematically that was unraveling, unwinding in the 20 teens. And then, of course, if you look at the carriage itself, it kind of flattened out.
Mhm.
And then astonishingly, after the pandemic, not only did it remain flat, essentially, it was flat at a higher level. Like, how does that happen? So that's why that whole section you started to quote from on page 16,
Yeah.
by the way, is trying to explain what micro factors
Mhm.
could have intervened. What, you know, and that was not my Kuleana, right? That's where all these discussions with Gus and his people, Alyssa and Alicia, anyway, trying to figure out like what's going on. So I never did really pin it down. I just, you know, I have to accept that something structural happened. There's a complexity there about the reason for the break. But it is what it is, and the trend continues to dominate otherwise. And it's, you know, it's not a pretty picture. The trend tends to fade over time. The macroeconomic trend tends to fade over time. If you're, you know, if you're looking at what's happening to the Hawaii economy in terms of underperformance in general, and looking at the neighbor islands, which used to be the bright spot, as recently as the mid 20 teens were kind of the, you know, the bright spot, at least for tourism. And, you know, now not so much.
Have you been adjusting your model? You said that there was sort of a breakdown that you were witnessing. Have you been adjusting your model for examples, different macroeconomic factors or certain microeconomic factors that you've looked at?
I mean, it's kind of ironic. Same model still works. Now, the big difference is that in the old days, I could separate the intrastate from the interstate carriage.
Mhm.
And, you know, there'd be slightly different, like I would actually estimate them separately. And then, and actually, it was Reen Kamita when she was at CA. She suggested, you know, some econometric enhancements. Anyway, that you'll find that in some of the old testimony. So we kind of got into it a little bit. You know, let's be more sophisticated about how we do this, essentially. And but when the two lines of carriage switched, which, you know, could be kind of an accounting thing. It could be there's something about the incentive environment change that led people to self-classify their loads as, I don't even know. I have to look it up. Is it intrastate or intrastate? Anyway, that broke down, and so I focused my modeling just on the total. But here's the thing. It's basically the same model. I mean, we've kicked these tires over and over again over the years, and we kind of end up with the same remarkably simple, almost primitive specification.
Mm.
Couple variables and some dummy variables.
So given that your model currently and still doesn't look at rates and prices,
Mhm.
if there are increased rates, could the cargo volumes change for a variety of reasons, not just rates?
You know, in principle, they could, but two things. A, I haven't worked on that. I've never seen the prices. So, but in these conversations with Gus and his crew, I mean, they were looking at it, looking for the evidence of that. But they're at a really granular level, by the way. But second, if that was a big factor, then why didn't omitting that variable in my model result in a worse fit? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
My model seemed to work out. Like, props to Gus and them. You go, guys. But
Yeah.
how much improvement are you going to get? And then, as I say, so yeah, I don't know because I've never done it, but you know, my jury's still out as to whether it would help at the aggregate level. It could be massively helpful in terms of optimization,
Mm.
of company, performance in one way or, management, um, adaptation, right? What do you do after a massive global supply chain disruption and the structural reconfiguration of, right, ocean surface transport, blah, blah, blah. But not, hasn't shown up in hasn't shown up in the aggregate in a way that I could identify.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Ms. Verbrugge, any
I have
questions?
no questions for this witness.
Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Yost.
Good morning, Dr. Rudiger.
Morning.
I'm wondering, and you may or may not know the answer to this question, but in the first 6 months of 2024, did YB have information in its possession that should have allowed it to predict that volume in 2025 might decrease substantially?
Let me see if I understood the question. Did YB have information in the first half of last year that would have informed it about a decrease this year?
Correct.
Besides my forecast, which was not that great, but it was not that bad. Not to my knowledge. And if they did, I didn't have it.
Okay. And can you explain again why your forecast at that time did not predict a significant decrease in volume in 2025?
It predicted a insignificant decrease. I mean, it predicted a decreasing trend. So understand that the way it works is basically I'm looking for a tourism and an investment, which is essentially construction driver. And then I rely on my own judgment about where those things are going, but also on my colleagues that publish numerical forecasts, UHERO and DBED. By the way, that's another, to go back to Mickey's general sort of line of questioning. The part of the method here was to create something that in principle could be replicated by a smart young kid with some knowledge of AI, so that they could just do it in-house, right? So they could, you have to have some judgments about what's going to happen for the model to generate what happens with carriage. That solves the problem with these kinds of models. They're not self-perpetuating. And because you don't have prices in them, you can't sort of do a general equilibrium thing, which can get you a couple quarters out or something. But because I use those published forecasts for guidance, and all of them are sort of meh, M-E-H, meh, like not that much growth, certainly no more growth than the US has experienced, and which of course has decelerated this year, but we didn't know that in the first 6 months of last year. In the first 6 months of last year, or let's say even the third quarter of last year, not knowing the election outcome, of course, the general expectation was that, more of the same, meh. That's why you just get this slight downward arc. So, and if you look at UHERO and DBED, I mean, and we get together every year in September for a forecast panel at the Economic Association annual conference. We've been talking about this same thing for several of the more recent post-pandemic years. That is kind of just one thing after another, dragging us, inhibiting Hawaii from like achieving something we ought to be capable of,
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Commissioner Kuai.
Dr. Brubaker, when did you start seeing a downward trend or projecting a downward trend in Hawaii's economy as far as growth?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So the first time I really started to be concerned about it was 2018, 2019 time period. And you have to understand the gap between, so the way data are reported, and then the communications environment that exists. Anyway, what was really striking to me was, every year was a record year for tourism, and John Knox and I were writing papers that go, yeah, woohoo, we're back to where tourism was in 1989. We wrote this paper in 2018. So good, we're back to 1989. Like, how good is that? And so, yeah, I was concerned already pre-pandemic. Of course, nobody knew the pandemic was coming. Like, that was going to help. Then the pandemic came, and what was startling about the aftermath, because we were kind of on it, Hawaii was, we wore masks and we got vaccinated, and initially the tourists came back. We had that revenge travel surge in 2022. I just looked at the numbers last night. The daily passenger counts for the neighbor islands went right back to pre-pandemic trend by the end of 2022. It was like, we're back. And then things started to fall off the cliff again before the wildfires, which did not help. So to answer your question, my first concern already had arisen in 2018, 2019, not just locally, but Hawaii kind of began to detach from the national average performance, but also nationally because, tariffs, remember that? And the Fed had to come in and lower interest rates in 2019. It was sort of like, and then the pandemic. But then after the initial rebound and that revenge travel moment, as I say, the wheels came off. And that was happening already in 2023. Nobody wanted to talk about it. And then the wildfire, you can't believe how bad. There's something about that event, sort of like the Jimmy Kimmel thing, right? Something happened after Jimmy Kimmel. That's the vibe. Something happened after the wildfire, and everybody said, we're not going to Hawaii. That was before the Canadians said, we're not going to Hawaii. And now we got that. So, yeah, it came in two batches. One was early on, but the other was while we were working last year.
So would you say after the pandemic, 2021, 2022, it was predictable that there was going to be a slowdown in the economy?
So you have to understand, it's not so much the slowdown, although that's a thing. Like if you think of the speed, okay, so now we're on log scales. Slopes are percent changes. So the speed was the same, so to speak, for the US and Hawaii. And actually the levels were the same. Hawaii had the same per capita real income in 2017. And then it went on this off ramp. And we're like, why?
You called it the sideways
The kind of
trend.
sideways thing. And it was like, we don't build telescopes, we dismantle telescopes. You remember that moment? So, and then the pandemic hits. And what really struck me was there was a paper presented at the January 24 American Economic Association meetings about resilience, where Marcus Brunermeyer said, resilience is about getting back to the previous path.
Yeah, excuse
Can you
me.
just hold one?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
We have live commentary on YouTube. No, right. It's not about, and this was driving me crazy. All the DBED tourism statistics you look now, they have extra column compared to last year, compared to 2019. Like, no, brother, not compared to when you were in high school. You're supposed to advance. Now you're an attorney. You see what I mean? You're compared to where you would have been had you stayed on track. You get knocked off track. Resilience is you come right back. 1 year, normal college, you come back the next year, boom, now you're a lawyer, right? And Hawaii never made up the gap from the pandemic beatdown. So now per capita income is like, per capita GDP is like 10% lower. Per capita. We're not growing at the same rate. When I was in high school, per capita GDP in Hawaii was 30% higher than the national average. So it's not so much the growth rate per se as Hawaii lost something and it's never made it up. Doesn't look like it's going to make it up anytime soon. If you look at the new UHERO forecast or the DBED forecast, we're kind of stuck. It's not stuck in a rut. We're stuck at the same speed without ever making up the gap.
And you don't foresee this gap changing anytime soon?
I got my list of ways you would do it, like build 150,000 housing units. That'll do it. But yeah,
So how long do you anticipate the sidewards trend or downwards trend going?
well, I hate to say it, we were joking about this morning, but if it doesn't change, somebody got to leave because the boomers aren't dying fast enough. You see what I mean? Like productivity growth just means you're not going to need as many workers for the same thing you're doing now or at the same rate you're doing them now, right? There's productivity growth. Those are a bunch of excess people, you know, and yeah, then the AI comes in. I'm kind of concerned about this.
So basically, even pre-pandemic, you said that you projected a slowdown in aggregate economic growth. After the pandemic, another slowdown in growth, and then the wildfires, a bigger slowdown in growth.
It has been one thing after another, but just to be clear, part of the slowdown in growth, in the actual growth rate from say 2.2% in the aggregate per annum for the US, you know, in the 20 teens. Because, right, we had the whole app wave. We got Uber, right? That happened. We got vacation rentals. Maybe it wasn't a good, I'm just saying, we got all this app stuff. Part of that diminution was in the long-term programming from the diminution of fertility and the demographic transition. More old people, not enough young people, not enough productivity growth to make the young workers more productive fast enough to carry the dead weight of all the old bugs. They're not dying. And so that was the shift from say 2.2 to 1.8% GDP growth. You go look at the Congressional Budget Office projection. We're probably still making that, but it's after this failure to complete the post-pandemic recovery. On top of which, the wildfire is just another whack. And now tariffs, are you serious?
So
The whole
further,
geopolitical thing, it's just one, and those things we can't control. So it's not so much the growth, but yeah, the growth not good to begin with. It was going to be slower. And now there's this impedance, I guess. You go along and there's a throttle. Well, you go along, speed hump. I'm like, what? That's the kind of analogy I would say is apt.
thank you, Dr. Brubaker.
I have no questions, so thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Dr. Brubaker. I'm a baby boomer, I'm still alive.
Me
I'm
too.
part of the problems.
I plan to be around for a while, man, which means I'm going to be in the house that somebody else thought they were going to move into. So, yeah.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brubaker. Let me take a 5-minute break. We need to do some adjustments to the witness stand.
Yeah. It would be interesting to try to integrate. That's weird. Would be your
Okay, back in after recess. Next up is Chris Martin. Mr. Martin, you want to? Mr. Martin, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Nakashima.
Morning, Mr. Martin. Good morning. I'd like to refer you to exhibits YB 407 and 408. And Chair, I know there's been some Wi-Fi and technical issues this morning, so I have hard copies of those exhibits to hand out so that
Okay.
everyone can have them in front of them. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
So just to provide some context, exhibits YB 407 and 408 were filed with the application back on October 15th, 2024. These are application exhibits. Mr. Martin, are you familiar with these exhibits?
Yes, I am.
Could you explain what they are?
407 is our marine repair and maintenance budget, and the 408 is our cargo handling, which is our shoreside terminal operations.
And what is your involvement with the development of these exhibits?
Working with both my teams, so my marine team and my shoreside terminal team, we look at some planned expenses, so repairs that we know that we need to do. Some are regulated in compliance with the Coast Guard, International Maritime Organization, and even with OSHA. And on the terminal side, there's just some expected maintenance, right? So, for example, lift chains on the forklifts or turbos and components that we see regular use. So those get put into the budget. And then we work with finance as a bottom-up approach to solidify the budget.
Do you have any other comments about exhibits YB 407 and 408 to add some context or color, perhaps maybe to certain categories or other things that you think would be worth noting?
Yeah. I would say if you look at on the terminal side, which is our shoreside cargo handling, there's some equipment that we've purchased that are over 19 years old. And so to maintain old equipment, takes a lot more maintenance and repairs, collective bargaining agreements with, mechanics, with higher wages, for example. Their hours haven't really changed as much, but they are paying at the higher wage. And then our Coholo sailing, although it is efficient for us to run the Coholo and profitable, it does require them to work a little bit additional hours to, when there's a vehicle that cannot start, those things get factored in. On the marine side, there's dry docks. Again, these are regulated repairs to be in compliance, make sure that out at sea, our mariners are in safe conditions and with safe equipment. So some of those costs could be on hiring a lease barge, paying for a lease barge, and then dry docking and off hiring that lease barge, including the voyage to get that barge back to its owner, which most times is on the West Coast.
And I think you said this, but just to confirm, Mr. Marty, you said that you or someone under your direction works with the finance department in developing these budgets, right?
That's correct.
No further question.
Thank you. Mr. Knox.
We have just a couple of questions based on that, and then I think some questions were deferred to you earlier.
Sorry, Chair, just real quick, just want to reiterate our objection that Mr. Ono expressed earlier regarding this, the consumer advocate cross-examining a witness that wasn't identified on their witness list.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Knox.
We'll be short.
Yeah.
Mr. Martin, how steady or variable on a year-by-year basis is YB maintenance, especially YB maintenance costs?
I would say it's pretty steady, just depending on just if there's dry docks on the marine side, for example, there'd be a blip there with more expenses depending on how much barges are due for that type of repair.
Thank you. Can you please describe a little bit YB's efforts to control overtime costs?
Sure. We've identified this project program that we've named LMC, and it stands for Lead, Manage, and Contain. And we looked at things within the CBA and within our operational control to change, with the primary focus to be on barge operations on the neighbor islands. It gets difficult at times for us to run all services, delivering all services at the same time working a barge on the neighbor island. So we started to look at our cargo acceptance, our gate times, when we loaded certain things like empty equipment. But we really try to prioritize the discharge of the barge so that we could get cargo off of the barge, available in the community, but strategically make certain types of cargo available next day when it would be readily available versus customers waiting in the port for something that might not be available same day. So it was also taking the customers into consideration so that we can maintain the level of service that we want, but also improve customer service and expectation. And the focus, the real result is trying to reduce the penalty times, hours worked beyond 12, and we've been successful doing that.
Yeah, it sounds successful. Do you think YB can replicate that active approach in other areas?
I do. We've worked and partnered with DOT Harbors. We, in March of this year, to help address two issues, right? Create some efficiency with cargo handling on the terminal, but also alleviate traffic on Nimitz Highway, which has been a problem since KCT been in development. And there was a road in between Sand Island and YB that was called Road 2 that the truckers would hide out in. And so when Road 2 got closed and KCT started to get constructed, a lot of that cargo traffic was on Nimitz Highway. And I'm sure anybody that's come from the west side has experienced, how congested it can be in the early morning hours. And all we did was we created a system working with DOT using our current terminal operating system, some of the enhancements that we added in there, which is basically creating a fast pass, I would say, for a trucker to in-gate on Sand Island. So as when they get to the gates at YB, they get checked in right away, so you're not building up in the line. And that just kind of created, and the turn times we saw about 1 hour to 2 hours on improvement on the efficiency on the cargo handling side.
Sorry, there were a couple of questions that other witnesses deferred, saying that you might be the best person to ask. Just a couple. Are you aware of any large customers being refused to get on a full barge? You aware of that happening anytime recently?
I do.
Can you explain, and do you have any details about any recent examples?
Yeah, sure. So this particular customer, and I won't name them, but they had worked with another company to make the bookings, and that company had failed to make the booking. And so at the result, we were blamed for not providing that booking number. And YB has the problem sometimes is really the booking and our ability to not control the no-shows. So imagine if you're in airlines and you booked a full flight of 50 seats, but then the day of only 25 people show up. Eventually that can get frustrating. And it's like that for the barges, where a barge could look full on paper from a booking standpoint, but what actually shows up the day of loading doesn't really hold true all the time. And so sometimes those customers get told no because the space is booked on paper and they get given a sale date that might be a week away, 2 weeks away. Or if it's an automobile, it could be 1 month away. And so those situations do happen. And we're happy to get those issues come our way, because I personally worked with this customer. I personally resolved the issue. There's nothing but trying to find resolution. We asked them maybe you should book directly. Some of these customers, have a standing booking. So if you have consistent bookings over a period of time, then we can say, okay, you deserve 10 bookings because you're meeting, 90%, 100% preference, but 90% of the bookings you're meeting. But if a customer comes in, has a standing booking of 10 and only delivers 50%, that gets hard for us to give up that space, right? Because on paper, it looks like they're delivering that, but if they're not, it's hard for us to run an efficient and even profitable business. And so, poor thing, this customer didn't know that. They did make some adjustments on their end. They no longer use that customer, and they've went elsewhere. And so far, they've been successful. In fact, I just met with them last week.
Okay. Is it allowed in either tariffs, contracts, or both to give up reserve space if the actual goods are not there by some point close to the sailing?
I don't think I understand your question. Can you say that one more time?
Sure, sir. If someone booked space for 10, but they only come with 5, or maybe they booked space for 10, but they don't show up by X hours before sailing, is it allowed in contracts and or tariffs to give up that reservation and to take anyone who's basically on standby?
Yes, we do that quite often. So to make sure the barge is fully utilized, and it's probably unknown to you guys, but if cargo is delivered and is available on the ports, we have a very dedicated, experienced workforce, and they'll go above and beyond to make sure, like, hey, if this one container is not here, we'll take the one that, if I'll use the Monday sailings yesterday. If our barge leaves on Monday and that same barge leaves on Thursday, but that cargo for Thursday barge is available, we'll load that on Monday. So there'll be cargo be available 2 days sooner in those situations. So yes, we do that.
Okay. My last question. Is there any priority on a barge between regulated cargo and non-regulated cargo?
But yeah, our priority would be livestock. So that'd be regulated, mostly regulated customers. Anything that's gets put on last or first off. And we really take that to heart. Then the next thing that's priority is your refrigerated containers, so anything that is perishable. And so those get factored in and they get sorted out in the yard. I mean, we're congested in Honolulu as a hub and spoke operation, so we do our best staging things and sorting things out. We have only so much shore power, so much generators to power these things. So sometimes if you show up first, you get buried and you get on first off. So there's a win there, but sometimes it doesn't work in your favor. If there's a tsunami event and we got to pack up and leave, you get left behind. So priority is really animals first, and refrigerated and perishable cargo second.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Ms. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Mr. Martin, you have been employed at YB since 2010, correct?
2006.
All right, pardon me, but you have been employed at YB, yes, in 2010.
Yes.
Your duties and responsibilities include being familiar with the terms of the CBAs that affect YB's operations, correct?
Correct.
There are 3 CBAs, the ILWU 142, the ILWU 100, and the IBU currently in effect, correct?
2 have been agreed upon. We are still negotiating the 100.
Oh, okay, so ILW 142 and IBU have been agreed upon. It's the 100 that's being negotiated. Okay, thank you. So when I ask you my next questions about the CBAs or CBA, those questions will be about those 3 CBAs currently in place, unless otherwise indicated, okay? Please
If I
take,
can just remind you gotta answer audibly so we can catch you on the.
I didn't hear the question, sorry.
no
yeah.
problem. Do you want me to repeat the question?
No need.
Okay. So please take a look at YB response to PUC-YB-IR 27, attachment 1 at 1. That was filed on August 29th, 2025. Please take your time and let me know when you're at that
Okay. Thank you.
part. Thank you. Thanks.
Too close. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, great. So attachment 1 provides a summary of the terms in each CBA, correct?
Can I clarify PUC YB IR 27?
Of course, please do. Oh, attachment 1. At 1.
I think I got it. Go ahead.
Okay, so attachment 1 provides a general summary of the terms in each CBA, correct?
If I see it. Yes, I see it. Yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes. Let's start by looking at this attachment, page 1, at ILWU local 142. Do you see that?
I do.
And right under that heading, it says wages. This shows, so below that, there's a few numbers, percentages. So the paragraph below wages reflect wage increases from 2022 to 2026, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the primary drivers were for these increases in labor expenses?
Primary drivers would be to be honest, to match industry standards. Our budge operations team is still below other industry unions in the LW, and those are primary drivers to the wages.
Mr. Martin, when you speak, you don't have to lean into it's popping on the video.
Oh, am I too close?
Instead of moving the mic every time, just
Thought you
trying to
were
set
connected.
it so that you stay in one place.
Yeah, I do the same thing. So when you say that it's below other industry unions, do you mean in terms, let's go one by one about what aspect is below what the other industry unions provide. Let's start with salary. Is salary a primary driver for increasing labor costs?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Okay, let me rephrase. So you said that the primary driver for the increase in labor expenses was that even currently now, the wages are below industry standards. Is that correct?
Correct.
um, the, for the, do you think part of the, well, can you explain what parts are below industry standards,
Uh,
including pension, retirement benefits?
yeah, I mean, if you look at the LW from a PMA standpoint, West Coast, even Hawaii, our workforce, which is experienced and dedicated, is paid a lesser wage, less pension, less benefits overall. And so we are constantly negotiating a fair contract. But per industry standards, our employees are not at the same rates.
Are you able to provide me a percentage of how much lesser your wages are?
I couldn't off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know what is the industry standard?
In like, what do you mean?
Well, you indicated that the wages that YB provides below the industry standard, correct?
Correct.
So what is the industry standard for wages?
I think it was provided in another testimony. I would have to find that. I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can just say we are not at the same pension payout as Longshore is. We're not at the same wage rate as Longshore is, and we don't have the same medical and retirement coverage as Longshore. So just the fact that we don't have the same coverage and the same rates just tells you that we're not at industry standard.
Okay, thank you. Are there some benefits that are required by the CBAs versus discretionary benefits to employees that YB opts to provide?
Are you saying like a bonus?
Yes, bonuses or anything else?
There's not.
So there's no discretionary benefits that YB provides its workers?
Are we talking all workers or
Oh,
just?
pardon me, the ones covered by all three CBAs?
Yeah, no, there's not.
Okay, thanks. So let me turn your attention to 27, your response is 27C. It's page 2 of 5.
27.
Take your time and please let me know when you're at that page.
Same IR 27.
Yes, but it's,
C.
yeah, subsection C. It's on page 2.
Is it referencing the local 100?
Yes, it's your response on that page starts under subsection C, foundationally under the Federal National Labor Relations Act.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So I'm just gonna start, let's see, 1, 2, 3 lines down. Do you see where it says Chris Martin, comma?
I do.
Okay, Vice President of Operations is currently the lead for all labor negotiations for all CBAs. ILWU Local 142, ILWU Local 100, and IBU. And then can you turn to the next page, page 3 of 5? I would like to go a few lines down, 1, 2, 3, and talk about the time periods for the negotiations. So you state, for the currently effective ILWU Local 142 CBA, Negotiations began on July 7th, 2022, and were concluded on December 27th, 2023. And then for the IBU CBA, you state negotiations began on June 1st, 2023, and were concluded on June 30th, 2023. And then finally, and you referred to this earlier, for the ILWU Local 100 CBA, negotiations have been ongoing since the most recent CBA expired in 2022. Do you see that?
I do.
So for these next questions, when I refer to CBA negotiations, I'm referring to negotiations during the time frame of July 7th, 2022 and present. Because there's one still ongoing for the ILWU Local 100. So did you participate in the negotiations with YB's unions that led to the latest CBAs currently in effect?
Yes.
Were you authorized to agree on YB's behalf to any terms and conditions in the CBAs?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with the latest the labor costs in the latest CBA?
I am.
Okay. Let's still stay on this page, and then let's move down the paragraph right below the one that we're looking at. And do you see the sentence that says in the middle of the first paragraph, from YB's perspective?
I do.
Okay, so it states, from YB's perspective, YB gives its primary negotiator certain parameters to work with, primarily budget. And the primary negotiator has broad authority to negotiate and agree to terms within those parameters. Do you see that?
I do.
So other than budget, what other parameters that you're thinking of when you provided this response?
Chair, I just want to raise some concerns. If negotiations are ongoing, and I'm concerned that discussing certain parameters and it could give YB a disadvantage in those ongoing negotiations. So I'm not sure what Ms. Verbrugge is asking for, but to the extent she wants to know what those parameters are, we can't disclose that this hearing, or at least not on camera.
Ms. Verbrugge, if you can stay, I guess, within the parameters of trying not to discuss anything that's being negotiated. Mr. Martin, same. I mean, you know what's being negotiated, so state it if you cannot speak about it. But then, right, we are dealing with 3 different collective bargaining agreements. So if we can at least stay with the ones that are already negotiated, as far as your line of questioning, with the knowledge that, right, each of them are different as well.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do so. So for the CBAs that have already been agreed to, that are not currently undergoing negotiations, and without disclosing anything confidential, are you able to provide general parameters other than budget that YB is allowed to consider before signing these CBAs?
I guess what I can say is we try and negotiate in good faith. As I told you earlier, we have a dedicated, experienced workforce that we value. So in good faith, we try and work within the terms of negotiations, but we try and maintain our management rights to manage the business.
Okay, so primarily budget. Yeah, do these parameters, to the extent that you're able to disclose this, include gratis shipping for the employees?
If something was already negotiated previously, we do not, and it's not on the table, that wasn't something that we recently negotiated. It was agreed upon before my time at YB.
Okay, thank you. So still adhering to that time period that I discussed, are the negotiations, including the currently ongoing negotiation, were you aware of the general economic climate in which, the general economic climate during which YB was and is still undergoing the CBA negotiations? And for example, when I say general economic climate, I mean recession, or the economy is anticipated to be stagnant or to grow. During that time of the CBA negotiations, were you aware of the general economic climate?
Yeah, YB was aware of the general climate at that time.
Okay. And were you aware of YB's financial condition during that time of the CBA negotiations? For example, the net income of the company?
Yes.
So I know we're talking about a time frame here. So if we need to break it down by fiscal year, please let me please do so. But would you please recount your understanding of YB's financial condition during that time of the CBA negotiations?
During the time of CBA, yeah, I mean, at the time, 2022, YB was doing okay. I don't have the financials in front of me. It wasn't until later part of 2023 where we started to see some drop in volume, which led into some of it into 2024. So prior to the CBA, specific to IBU and the local 142, we weren't seeing the trend, the downward trend as we started to see 23 and 24.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a look at PUC4, Exhibit PUC4, which is attached to the pre-hearing conference order filed on September 26, 2025.
Sorry, Mr. Martin, I don't think you have that exhibit, but it's not part of that packet. And I'll just. Commissioner,
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, with the chair's permission, I'd like to make the objection to Exhibit PUC4. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to be used, but I just want to state for the record, number one, this exhibit lacks foundation. Number two, it is concerning to me that if this is an attempt to admit into evidence an exhibit created by the commission itself, I think it's inappropriate, improper for the commission to be submitted anything into evidence. That's for the parties to do. It's for the commission to be the decision maker. And then the third point I want to make concerning Exhibit PUC4, if you look at the x-axis for both the charts, regulated revenue and unregulated revenue, they're not the same. And if you look at the y-axis, those are not the same. On the y-axis for regulated, they go up in $20 million increments. On the
Mr. Ono,
yes,
why don't I let my counsel respond to your objection?
yeah, can I finish the objection?
Well, so long that you're not testifying.
Well, I just want to point out the manifest unfairness of this document because the scales are different. And if the purpose here is to try to compare these two charts, that's inappropriate. I mean, you can't compare the slopes on these two charts when the scales on the x-axis are different and the y-axis are different. That's the objection.
Ms. Verbrugge.
Chair, I understand that YB's counsel is objecting to our exhibit PUC 4 to the extent that counsel is concerned about the difference between the two graphs. One graph addresses the regulated revenues versus expenses, and the second graph pertains to the unregulated revenues and expenses. I'm happy to just focus on the left graph, which is the regulated revenues versus expenses. As to his other objection, as indicated on the bottom of this exhibit, it indicates that the source data was taken from YB's own enhanced monthly reporting in docket number 2019-0117. And as Commission Counsel, I want to do a good job in kind of showing the public what Chris might have to say about this exhibit, just to show him and just ask him a few questions about it. But I understand Mr. Ono is objecting to my doing that.
May I argue?
I just have a question. Do you intend to just introduce this or allow this evidence as or document as demonstrative evidence just for purposes of questioning the witness, or what is your purpose?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Goy. It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just to provide, for demonstrative purposes, to ask Mr. Martin a few questions about it.
Mr. Ono.
Yes, I still have the same objection. And so with respect to Ms. Verbrugge saying that where the source of the data is from, when the parties submit exhibits, we submit work papers with all those exhibits that support the exhibit. We have been provided no work papers to review. We don't know whether these charts have any accuracy to the source data. And there's no sponsor to this exhibit, as the parties are all required to provide. And so on that basis, I continue my objection.
We will allow the evidence in and give it the appropriate weight, given your concerns, Mr. Ono. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Martin, can I direct your attention to the left chart only, the regulated revenues versus expenses in Exhibit PUC 4? Do you see that graph? Do you see how the red line, so the blue line represents regulated revenues. The orange line represents regulated expenses. And the red line represents regulated net income before interest, according to this exhibit. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you also see how the red line, or the regulated net income, dips below zero between September and November 2023?
I do.
Do you know what caused that dip below zero between September and November 2023?
I do not.
Okay. And then for now, those are my questions for that exhibit. And I'd like to, let's go back to your response to PCYB IR 27C. And let's turn to page 3. Please let me know when you're there. Is that? Okay, so we talked about the timeframe for the CBA negotiations, which was between July 7th, 2022 to present, correct?
Correct.
So during this time, were you aware of YB's ongoing 2019 test year general rate case and docket number 2019-0117?
I was.
At the time of these CBA negotiations, between July 7th, 2022 and the end of December last year, was YB charging permanent rates or emergency temporary rates?
It was still under temporary. Emergency rate, sorry.
And at the time of between July 7th, 2022 and the end of December 31st, 2024, were you aware that emergency temporary rates are subject to a potential refund?
I was aware.
Was the fact that such rates are subject to a potential refund considered when negotiating the already executed CBAs?
It was not.
Could you tell me why that was not considered?
I'm not sure. It wasn't brought to my attention to negotiate that.
Who would bring that to your attention or provide those parameters to you
It's not-
generally?
it's not something that was ever brought up to me, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. Let's look at YB R202 filed on September 19th, 2025. And this is your rebuttal testimony. Please let me know when you have that in front of you, YBRT2, and when you're on page 6.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. And I'm looking at line 16 to 18. And the question starts at line 12. It says, why is there no large lever that can be pulled that would result in reduced costs? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and then I will read aloud part of your response. Your answer says, skilled labor is a single largest cost driver for YB, with labor expenses representing approximately 57% of the company's total operating expenses. Moreover, the majority of the company's labor expenses are driven by collective bargaining agreements, manning requirements, and overtime rules, which are generally outside the company's direct and immediate control. Do you see that?
I do.
So you state that the majority of the labor expenses are driven by other factors that are outside of the company's direct and immediate control. What about the minority of labor expenses that are within the company's direct and immediate control? What are those?
When you say within our control, I think you can reference our LMC program, where we focus and targeted on cost containment, specifically hours worked beyond the 12 hours. And I would say we've been successful. I think we've reduced that cost by 38%, somewhere around there. And so those are things that are within our control. Again, right, we got a collective bargaining agreement to agree to. We got a skilled workforce. We got in my opinion, a really tough schedule to meet. 12 weekly sailings for any particular shipper is a lot. And so for us to meet those needs and meet those service levels, there is very few levers. I think are now looking at outside of the box levers. So those are the levers that we have been pulling to manage the business.
Would you please provide me with an example of how the LMC program works?
Yeah. A real simple example would be on the neighbor islands, focusing on that workforce. I'll use Kalu as an example. There's 31 people that work there, and you could potentially be taking from a unit. If I just use units a measure, could potentially be discharging 300 units of mostly full cargo, and you, for the most part, are loading back the same amount, right? Because empties need to come back to Honolulu in a hub and spoke environment. And so when you add those two up, that's 600 containers. It's not insignificant. That's actually a lot. And when you're managing both service of customers in your port and loading of a barge with 31 people, that's a tough task for anybody. A container ship sometimes comes in, a full container ship could come in with 900 containers. This is just one barge that we're doing. And most container ships do 3 to 4 shifts to take containers off to load back. And we're trying to do it in a single shift. And so what we've done in LMC is take that approach and focus after lunch, just focus on the discharge and delivering straight load containers and delivering the other stuff once they're available, sorted out, staged, so that the customers can pick up. It was an adjustment, but customers would rather get their cargo within an hour than wait a half a day to find out they can't get it anyway, because operational things pop up in the daytime. And what that's done is allow us to focus primarily on the discharge, finish the discharge, load back the barge, and call it a day. And that has successfully helped us reduce some of those hours as the levers you had said that are within our control.
Thank you. What does LMC stand for?
Lead, manage, and contain.
And you discussed outside of the box levers. Is there, and I appreciate that example you provided us about the LMC. Is there anything else the YB can do to manage labor expenses?
I think there's some initiatives that we've been internally discussing that we're trying to shape and right size to figure out if they make the most sense. It's hard, right? Because you want to maintain the same level of service to the neighbor island communities. At the same time, you want to look at some flexibility to do so. So it's not a real easy answer to do without doing the right analytics and measurements and calculations. But I do think we have some things that we're working on that could be not only beneficial, but to the customer, but also help YB with some of its cost containment initiatives. At the same time, we want service and we want to meet the service level that is needed in the neighbor islands and continue to move cargo and be that marine highway that Hawaii needs.
Thank you. Can you give me one example of one of the initiatives that you folks are thinking about to benefit the customer?
I'd rather not disclose that at this time since we're still pulling that information. It'd be premature for me to say something, but I can just emphasize we'd want to look at some flexibility while meeting the service level and needs as we currently do today.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn next to application Exhibit D. So if you can look at the Exhibit D attached to the application that was filed on October.
Sorry, you don't have that one either.
Yeah, I think
Mr. Martin, which exhibit was it, Ms. Verbugi?
It's Exhibit D. Yeah, It says on top, income statement for the 8 months ended August 31st, 2024.
While we try to locate that from our files, I just want to clarify that Mr. Martin is the Director of Operations, so he has knowledge about the operations, but to the extent you're asking questions about certain numbers related to the income statement, for example, there might be a better witness for that.
Yes.
So, Mr. Martin, do you have Exhibit D attached to the application
I do.
and page 3 in front of you? With a heading that says income statement for the 8 months ended August 31st, 2024 on top?
I do.
Okay. I'm only asking if this is to your knowledge. So to your knowledge, do the test year amounts in Exhibit D attached to the application, page 3, expenses include dollars of overtime expense?
To my knowledge, they do.
Me too. May I ask where they're reflected in this page 3 of
Car-
Exhibit D? Pardon me?
Cargo handling.
Cargo handling expenses. So the cargo handling expenses include overtime expenses. Great, thank you. Okay, and then I have to direct you back to your response to PUCYB IR 25, filed on August 25th, 2025.
Did you say YB IR 25?
Yes, response to the PUC IR 25. The response was filed on August 25th, 2025. Okay, and then I'd like to direct your attention to 25C. Let's first start with a question. It's on page 1 of 3. Please let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
Okay. So the question asks in subsection C, provide the amount of cost of overtime, double overtime, and triple overtime YB estimates will occur during the 2025 test year, separated by route or applicable port. Do you see that?
I do.
And let's move to your response, and that's on page 3 of 3 of the response to PUC YBIR 25. Please let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
Okay. And you provide a table containing wages associated with overtime, double overtime, and triple overtime that YB estimates will occur during the 2025 test year, correct?
Correct.
I know you may have discussed some of my next questions previously, but I'd like to ask you these questions. So to the extent that you're able to, I'd appreciate you providing responses. The first question I have is, could you please identify the factors that are considered in assessing whether to allow workers overtime, double overtime, and triple overtime?
Can you repeat the question?
Of course. What factors does YB consider in deciding whether to allow your workers to get paid overtime, double overtime, and triple overtime?
Factors. The first factor is our sailing schedule. In order for us to, I'll use the neighbor island ports as an example. In order to discharge a vessel, and to load back, on a perfect day would be somewhere within 12 hours. So the first factor is our sailing schedule and also our gates of operation. The second factor would be the collective bargaining agreement. Overtime kicks in after 7.5 hours. And after 10 hours, it goes into DOT. And after 12 hours, it goes into triple time. So we try and manage the two using our management rights to not only manage the business, the service, but also to control labor.
And holidays, weekends, could that impact whether workers get overtime, double overtime, and triple overtime?
Yes, they do.
And how, I know you discussed it in your direct testimony, but do you mind just kind of briefly explaining how that works?
Yeah, so they will start their shift at the prevailing rate. So for a holiday, that rate would be at overtime.
Thank you. On a typical port day, I know you talked about after 7.5 hours, overtime kicks in. And pardon me if I missed this, but on a typical port day, how many hours does a typical employee work?
Just it depends on the area that they're assigned. If you're in the terminals, so let's just say you're working LCL and you're scheduled there, they might work 9 hours. There's a pre-shift briefing, and they'll run their shift, which is the gates are an 8-hour gate for the most part, and then they'll close up their shift with just processing paperwork, so we can flow the cargo so that the customers have everything in order for the next day. So that's typical for a terminal shift. I mean, Honolulu as a hub and spoke operation is a 7-day work week. So our guys work really hard, show up every day. And those guys that are assigned to the barge operation are working a minimum 12 hours. And some days they're working up to 16 to 18 hours to get the work done. Multiple barges, 4 or 5 barges in a port. Some days it's just a discharge. Some days it's a discharge and a load back. Some days it's all above. So it's a really aggressive schedule. And again, we have a very dedicated, experienced workforce, but they put a lot of hours in there to get the work done to service YB service.
Okay, thanks. Can I appreciate the information. Can you go back to what you said about a typical workday, for example, terminal LCL, maybe 9 hours? So that is 1.5 hours of overtime typically then, right? And then moving towards when you talk about the 7-day work week on the weekend, and then the employees work roughly 12 hours a day or even 16 to 18 hours to get the work done, then the overtime would be, actually, how does that work? Because overtime would be, the employees get overtime for weekends, correct? But then they also get overtime for hours beyond the 7.5. So is that what you mean by double overtime?
Chris, you gotta answer. You can't shake
Oh,
your head
yes.
or say yes, yes or no.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to blow up the microphone.
Is it possible for an employee to get paid overtime, double overtime, and or triple overtime without exceeding a 40-hour work week?
Can you repeat that question? I don't think I
Sure.
understand.
Well, you know what? I think I need to back up a little bit. Is the normal work week for YB employees covered in the CBAs 40-hour work week, or is it less? I thought I saw that it was less.
If you just worked the 7.5, it would be less, but they work more than the 7.5, so it's more.
Okay. Is it possible for those folks, if there's an example where a 1 week an employee would only work the 7.5 days, 7.5 hours a day on the weekday, is it possible that that employee might still get overtime, double overtime, or triple overtime?
Not sure. I understand your question. Can you repeat it one more time?
Sure. So say an employee works like Monday, 7.5 hours, Tuesday, 7.5 hours, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7.5 hours. Gonna work on the weekend. Then would that employee get overtime?
Yes,
How would they get overtime? Even if they're only working 7.5 hours a day on the weekday?
because overtime is any hours over 7.5.
Oh, I see. But what if they're only working 7.5 hours?
Then it's
Say.
7.5 hours straight time.
Okay. Who at YB is ultimately responsible for setting the port shift manning? Setting the, yeah.
Are
Pardon.
you referencing the Manning table?
Yes.
That is collectively bargained. So on a tactical day-to-day basis, it's the port manager in the ports, him and his team. Local 100 soups, they follow the CBA and they schedule according to the Manning table, Manning guideline that is established and agreed upon.
Okay. And then, can YB seek additional temporary labor to supplement its current workforce instead of overtime?
YB does not have a supplemental or casual workforce at this time.
Why is that?
It's something that's being discussed. We don't have a bench. It also adds cost in a time where we're not doing so well financially, but it is a problem that we need to address. Sometimes when the ports are inefficient, it's because they don't have a backup. So if 31 people are needed in Maui, 2 people get sick, they're working at 90%, more than 2, 80, 70. So sometimes those can create inefficiencies, which obviously drives up costs. If I missed this in your earlier question, I'm sorry, but we do have a process where we can labor loan. That means we can borrow employees from a port that is not having a barge day, for example. And so we do have that ability to take employees from a port that may be closed or not having a barge day and has available resources that we can use, and we fly them in to supplement that workforce to make sure we can get close to 100% manning to fill the needs, maintain service.
Chair, excuse me. Depending on Ms. Verbrugge's remaining questions, I was going to inquire about a 5-minute break in the cross.
Ms. Verbrugge, much do you have?
I still have a little bit more, so maybe you folks should
Okay.
break now.
Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Actually, make it a 10-minute break. Right?
Thank you.
Recess.
Yes.
All right. Back from recess. Ms. Verbrugge, if you want to continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Martin, earlier with Mr. Knox, you discussed prioritizing livestock and then perishable products with loading the cargo, correct?
Yes.
In terms of prioritizing other items, does YB try to provide regulated services instead of non-regulated services during regular business hours?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. So a typical workday, you said was 7 hours, correct?
Correct.
So, during the 7 hour day, if there's regulated cargo and non-regulated cargo, does YB try to handle the regulated cargo first before it handles the non-regulated cargo?
If I understand your question correctly, we handle both at the same time. There's no special treatment or preference. Gates are open. We service both unregulated and regulated customers throughout that gate, throughout the day.
And why is that?
Why do we service both customers?
Right, instead of focusing, for example, first on the regulated services during the regular 7 hour workday.
I mean, I'll try my best to answer that, but we're meeting the needs of the neighbor island communities, and they need stuff from both the unregulated and the regulated customer.
Okay. I would like to turn your attention to your direct testimony, YBT3. It was filed on October 15th, 2024. And I'm looking at starting page 18. So please let me know when you're there. YBT3, starting at page 18.
Okay.
Okay. And then, oh, pardon me. I am at page 20. Pardon me. Yeah, please move to turn to page 20. It's going to be, we're going to discuss the Kaholo. Okay, are you at that page, Mr. Moran?
I am.
Okay, I'm going about halfway down the page. And it says, the question is, why did YB decide to sail the Kaholo more frequently? And then you state, more frequent weekly Kahola sailings were implemented primarily to meet customers' increasing auto booking requests. Do you see that?
I do.
How did you keep track of how did you know that these customers were increasing auto booking requests?
Just meeting with our customers, talking to them, seeing what they had in their forecasts. Obviously, we were promoting the Kaholo. There's a lot of capacity there. So we worked with them and figured out how much volume they would be moving. And it was determined that it'd make more sense to sail this thing more frequent than not.
And then earlier today, you testified on direct examination that the Kaholo sailings were profitable. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What is the basis for your statement that the Kahola sailings are profitable?
Just working with our finance team and then also working with our ops team. There's some efficiencies gained by not loading automobiles I mean, I should clarify, large quantities of automobiles on our regulated freight barges. Takes about 15 minutes for 8 cars, is what we kind of track, and that just takes time and energy, at the end of the barge when you're locking it up in Honolulu, sailing to the neighbor island port. So if you load 100 cars on the freight barge, you're going to take an hour and a half to 2 hours to discharge it. And that's not good for livestock. That's not good for perishable cargo. It's more efficient on the Koholo when you're primarily just dealing with automobiles and ro-ro. At the same time, we do try and ship our POV vehicles, our personally owned vehicles, on the regulated barges so they get there sooner, move some of the larger customer dealerships and others on the Koholo milk run or cargo Koholo. But we do track and see that there is some savings with the Koholo in service from an efficiency standpoint. And then we move, I mean, we're the only inter-island auto carrier right now in Hawaii with that freight barge, the Koholo. So there's a need there.
Okay, so you discussed savings from an efficiency standpoint. Where on the record can I find that information?
I'm not sure in the record. And maybe finance could point you there.
Okay, maybe Ms. Kishimoto.
Yes.
Okay. Still at YBT3 and I'm still on page 20. But I'm moving on to the last question on that page. Please elaborate on how the weekly sailings of the Koholo lead to increased operational efficiency. And then you start your response on that page. And then I'm looking at the last line that says, with less autos and ro-ro on the freight barges, our teams are able to discharge and load containerized cargo in a more efficient manner. This improves daily operations. Second, by separating the two services, autos and ro-ro versus containerized and other cargo, YB can manage cargo bookings and labor more effectively and efficiently. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think you talked about this a little bit about measuring, other than what we've already discussed, do you have like other ways that, so YB has attempted to measure or quantify YB's ability to discharge and load containerized cargo in a more efficient manner, correct?
Correct.
How was this measurement and quantification done?
If you can just look at the first container available as an example. So let's just choose livestock. But livestock is loaded, or maybe livestock's not a good example. I'll use a perishable refrigerated container. There's 50 cars in the midship or on the stern, blocking that container from coming off. Barge arrives at 7. It'd be 7:45, 8 o'clock before that first container is discharged off the barge. And without automobiles on there, with the Koholo, that container's off on the first pick. So by the time ramps are on, which usually takes 15 minutes, that container's off by 7:20. So you gain some efficiency and cargo availability between an hour, half an hour to an hour. And that's an easy measurement because we can track what containers are coming off in the first container off of our barge. And that's the measurement that we use.
Okay. Can we still stay at T3? But let's turn to page 27, T3. So on the top of the page, 27, The question says, please elaborate on the labor-intensive process of cargo handling as it relates to containerized cargo. You see that question?
Yep, I do.
And then you, in your answer, you outline the labor-intensive process of cargo handling as it relates to containerized cargo, correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, has specifically changed about the labor-intensive process outlined on this page 27 as a result of shifting auto and ro-ro demand to the Kaholo milk run?
I think I understand your question, and it's just we deal with more freight now, right? So taking taking autos and ro-ro off the Koholo just opens up more space on our freight barges. So you look at the midship where our ramp openings are. If I'm not putting cars on there, I can add 50 containers in that slot. So we just handle a lot more containers if their volume is there. So we open up bookings. I can load more LCL. I can load more construction equipment. And so it's just more stuff to handle from the cargo handling process as it relates to containerized cargo.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to go to page 21, still at YBT 3.
Is it 21 you said?
Yes, page 21. And I'm looking at the question towards the middle of the page. It says, does YB incur additional costs to sail the Koholo more frequently? And then you respond, yes, there are additional voyage costs incurred because of the more frequent sailing of the Koholo. These costs are largely driven by the need for additional mariners, 12 to support the cargo Kohola sailing. However, the increased costs associated with the cargo Kohola sailing are largely offset by the revenues driven by the additional auto volume it creates. For more details on auto volume, you refer us to Mr. Edwards, or I guess that's Ashley in YBT4. So I have a question about this response. When YB made the decision to change the Kololo sailing frequency, did YB calculate the additional expenses associated with the need for additional mariners to support their cargo Kohola sailing?
We did.
Are these additional expenses somewhere in the record that I can look at?
I believe finance can point that out for you.
Okay. And can you explain the connection between the mount boat tugs and the cargo Koholo sailings?
Sure. The mount boats, similar to our Capena tugs, have more horsepower. They're a better boat, newer boat. We have better transit speeds between the islands using the Capena boats and the mount boats. And so adding two mount boats to our fleet just added to our efficiency transiting cargo between islands. We have the most modern fleet in Hawaii at this time with the Capena class and the mount boats, which does really help do some of the things like the cargo koholo by meeting the needs, creating a milk run, not impacting our regulated services by doing a milk run operation using the koholo. So those things are all tied into the mount boats.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the barges. So let's turn to page 17 of your testimony, please. And towards the bottom of the page, there's a title that says One New Barges, Kalohi and Naulu. And the question asks, please describe the two new barges, the Kalohi and Naulu. And then when you move to page 18, if I move down towards the middle of the page, it asks, why did YB invest in two new barges? And you state, YB built the two new barges to address operational challenges in Lanai and Molokai, create additional shipping capacity, address sea level rise, and to create operational efficiencies in the ports they will serve. Do you see that?
I do.
Let's go through these one by one. First, explain what you mean by address operational challenges in Lanai and Molokai.
Sure. Prior to us purchasing the Kalohi, we serviced the ports of Lanai and Molokai, so Kamalapau and Kaunakakai, using two types of barges, an AMS 250 and a KRS 286. Prior to using those two barges, YB had a ballastable barge that was a sister ship to the Kukai, so it was a house barge. And ever since we sold that vessel, it was beyond its useful life. The community just grumbled and complained how YB went backwards in service because everybody loved the Kamalohia, which is a 286 class ballastable barge. So when we purchased the Kalohi, it addressed that first concern. The pier heights in the state of Hawaii are not all the same. Some are higher, some are lower. So having a ballastable barge allows us to be more efficient when we get to shore with a fully laden barge at all ports. The Port of Lanai, if you ask them prior to getting the Kalohi, what barge do you prefer? They prefer the KRS 286. If you ask Molokai what they prefer, they will tell you the AMS 250. Both barges are different. Both barges have a different draft. And so by purchasing the Kalohi, that is no longer an issue because now we can get to each port at the pier height that they need to be successful. Not only does it do that, but it also creates a safe operation for both our mariners on our tugs and for our mariners on the shore.
Let's move to the second. The second reason that YB states that it invested in two new barges. You discuss create additional shipping capacity. Would you please explain that?
Yeah, so we took the similar drawings on the 286 class, added the ballastable system in there for sea level rise. And then we also took in account that we wanted it to be a little bit wider than the original Kamalohia. And that was to accommodate some of the larger shipments that the containerized world is kind of dealing with now, which is 45 foot. And so it's a little wider and allows us to load 40 side by side, even for the most part, not quite, but with some adjustments. And so just the extra length and extra width and the ability to ballast, you're able to load heavier equipment and cargo onto that barge. So I'll use an example. Lanai relies on 12 to 15 fuel tanks a week to make sure there's power generation on that port on that island. And those are 50,000 pound tanks each. And so there's a lot of weight going to Lanai on a weekly basis. And it's also a combo barge on that Wednesday sailing, on the Wednesday arrival. And so with that weight and a combo barge, right, oftentimes you max out capacity, not because you don't have the space, you're just lower on your draft, getting to that Plimsoll line where you're not able to safely transit between the islands. So by having a ballastable barge, we can handle more weight, handle more cargo, meet boat service needs for a combo port like the Wednesday sailing to Lanai Molokai. And that's why we said it creates additional shipping capacity.
And earlier you talked about why you would need additional shipping capacity in terms of like accommodating the larger cargo, correct? Is there any other reason other than what you've discussed today about why you would need to create additional shipping capacity?
Why we would want to create additional shipping capacity?
Correct.
So yeah, I mean, having additional shipping capacity does two things. It creates efficiency on your operation. So when you don't get the volumes there, you don't have to stack so high, right? So you can turn barges a lot faster. Ideally for me, if I could load a barge too high, that'd be ideal. Real easy from operators to load a 1 high, 2 high container. When you start loading barges 5 high and you're maxing out capacity, it's doable and they're designed to do so, but it takes more time, it takes more skill. It's just a longer operation. And so it's a win-win when you have more capacity and you can be more efficient from a cargo handling standpoint. But at the same time, you want to buy assets that you can grow into. And so hopefully those two ports, you know, if we support ag and there's more farming and more opportunities to shift more stuff between island, we'd want to have the right assets to grow into it versus just have enough.
Okay. Why is there a need for additional shipping capacity if there is stagnant volume?
Again, it creates efficiencies, right? So cargo ebbs and flows. Sometimes volume ebbs and flows. There's the seasonality into it, all right? So it's hard to predict. I think we're all trying to predict that right now where the volume's going to be. But even without volume, if you look at ports of like Hilo that do it a lot of LCL cargo, even though you might have additional capacity and maybe the volume is not really there at the moment, you can create some efficiencies from an operational standpoint to work less hours on a barge discharge by doing the things I said, loading it more efficiently, not as high stacks, kind of more spread out. There's a lot of flexibility in there that helps us manage the business.
Okay. I'll turn to the address sea level rise reason that you state to support the purchase of these 2 new barges. Would you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, I'll reference, DOT's project in building Kapalama Container Terminal. They started this project a few years ago, and they've increased the pier heights, which is next door to us. So we're at 39 and 40. They currently occupy 41 into KCT, and that pier right now to address sea level rise based on their studies and information, they've raised that terminal 3 foot higher than YB today. I know the terminal is not completely built and ready for operation, but they're 3 feet higher than YB to address sea level rise. And so having a ballastable barge that can adjust to different pier heights will be ideal, especially since we move interstate cargo between the Hawaiian Islands.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to discuss the operational efficiencies part because I think that you've already answered that. And I just have, I'm almost done. I do have a question about the volume of the products that YB ships. Is it fair to say that the volume of products that YB ships has declined over the past 2 years?
I would say yes, in some areas, yes.
Which areas are those?
From what we see, some areas would be like the food industry. So those that are moving, some of the food industries, there's 2 that come to mind. I won't name them. We've seen a drop in volume there. There's some couple consolidators that have dropped some volume as well. And then some grocers, some big box stores have dropped some volume. So those are the areas that we see a decline in volume. That kind of highlight and stick out to us.
Do you know why the volume in those industries have declined?
I don't know exactly why. I would be assuming.
Did you speak with those customers from those industries in which the volume declined?
Yeah, I spoke with one customer in particular. Actually, I do, I won't name it, but I do know of one instance. So I did meet one of our big customers, discuss the volume drop, and the driver is really that a customer decided to close this distribution center in Hawaii and open one on the West Coast in the US. And they decided that it was better for them to go direct from the West Coast and the neighbor island ports. And so this particular customer of ours was trying to find ways that we could help gain that business back, which is still up for discussion, but those are some of the discussions that we had with this particular customer.
Was there any feedback that you received that you think YB can implement to increase the volume of products?
I would say no. I mean, to increase the volume would be to increase shipping frequency, and I think we're already maxed out there. We cannot control if there's other options to ship. That's beyond our control, right? There is competition.
Could you please describe the competition?
I mean, customers can go direct. Customers can go ship. When you look at first and last place arrest, somebody can book a piece of cargo from the West Coast directly to Maui and bypass us altogether. That's beyond our control. People can air freight things in. That's beyond our control. And so it's a different, shipping's changed quite a bit. I'll just say that. So there is competition out there for us. And we continue to look at our service and find ways to be creative and flexible and work with our neighbor island partners.
Can you give me an example of what one thing that YB has done to be creative and flexible to address the decline in volume?
Yeah, I think if you look at LMC, us trying to manage the business, manage costs, that's an example of us being creative. I mean, I think the Sand Island mobile gate that we worked with DOT on, right? Eliminating traffic on Nimitz Highway helps the community, but it also helps the drayage between all the different shippers and transporter of goods. And if we can reduce that and be more efficient and gain some efficiencies there, everybody, it's a win-win. So those are the things that we're trying to do as best we can. And we welcome partnerships. We're not against it. We welcome for feedback. We welcome to work with our customers to try and find solutions. And so we're not resistant to that.
Okay, you testified right now that some customers you've lost due to competition. They could just ship directly from West Coast to Maui or use air freight. Is there anything that YB can do to win some of those customers back?
For me to say no, that'd be irresponsible. So I guess I would have to say yes because I like the challenge, but I don't know the answer.
Okay, thanks. And then I have a final set of questions. are you aware of the press release that YB issued yesterday? It talks about how YB is facing an urgent financial crisis. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Okay. In that press release, I just want to understand one of the points so I can just better understand where YB is at. In that press release, it states, among other things, that the less than container load service line operates on an estimated 25 million annual shortfall. The Hilo route runs at a $7 million loss, and the Molokai Lanai routes run at a $7 million loss. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How long has the LCL service been operating at a loss?
I don't know. I couldn't answer that question. I think that's a better question for finance.
So, Ms. Kishimoto,
Yes.
do you know if YB has implemented any measures to try to minimize those losses?
The only thing that pops in my head is we changed the way cargo was delivered and picked up. It was mostly focused on the customer experience in LCL so that customers are coming in from a certain time frame, they can only drop off. And that just created some efficiencies. So sometimes there's long lines because customers are dropping off at the same time picking up, which I know that can be better for our customers. But sometimes we got to do the hard thing and we separated that part so that instead of you spending hours in the port waiting to get service, I'm exaggerating there, by the way, people could drop off, go do other runs, go do other things, come back and pick up. So cargo was available. We had the right manning set up to do so. We've seen some positive success to that. And that's the only thing that comes to mind when you talk about things we've done to look at LCL.
So, okay, bearing in mind that that's the only thing that comes to your mind right now. When you say the less than, it sounds like it's still not sufficient, right? That measure, because it looks like YB's less than container load service is still operating at a loss, correct?
Correct.
So that's why YB, part of the reasons why YB is asking for a rate increase from the customers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berbruggi. Now I'm looking at the clock. And I will say that the commission does have some follow-up questions for Mr. Martin. So why don't I was gonna plug along, but then maybe we should take a break for lunch right now. Come back at, come back at 1 p.m. Is that okay? And then we'll start off with any commission questions and then any redirect thereafter. All right, so recess for lunch. Be back here at 1 p.m. Thanks. Right. Back from recess for lunch. And Mr. Martin, you're still on the stand. I think we will proceed with questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Yost?
Good afternoon, Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon.
So your job, a big part of your job is trying to maintain operational efficiency for YB, correct?
Yes.
And if you learn that one of the services YB is providing is not making money, in fact, it's losing a substantial amount of money, would you expect that someone would come and talk to you about that and discuss ways in which those services might be changed in order to make them more efficient and perhaps not lose as much money or make money? Is that the kind of conversation you would expect to take place?
Yes.
And in your prior testimony, you mentioned, we had the discussion about YB's statement that LCL, less than container load products are losing an estimated 25 million a year. You recall that testimony?
I do.
And you were asked whether you are aware of losses in past years for LCL. And I believe you said that you were not sure if that those same kind of losses were happening or not. Is that correct?
Correct.
So when's the first time you knew that LCL was losing money for YB? Do you have a recollection of approximate what time? What date? Or I mean, what time period?
Yeah, I think within the last 5 years in my different roles that I've had at YB, it was just discussed, but not really drilled down to supporting data that, LCL was losing money. And just with the change in environments and just the different cargo volumes that we've seen over the last just couple of years, it's been more evident that that service is struggling. And, the ebbs and flows and just the need to service, the manpower it takes to service that operation is just there on a daily basis. Just the volume is not. And so we started to really drill down on, what that actually, what is that number? And I think, we're having conversations on, making a pivot and looking at different initiatives set forth to change, just restructure it a little different so it could be profitable. And, I think there's a need for that service still. I think we got to iron out what is the right mixture of that level of service in that LCL business.
So starting around 5 years ago is when you remember those kind of conversations first beginning?
Yeah, I started in 2006, right when the company was getting out of LCL, and that didn't work in our favor, and we just kind of stuck with it because there's a community. The community need was apparent. Like everybody wanted us to continue that level of service, and so that was actually, my first day on the job, actually, almost 19 years ago, and so I just kind of stuck to it, right, as a regulated utility, that it's a service we need to provide. And I just kind of stuck on that mindset. And it wasn't until I got into different roles that I started to realize, there needs to be a change to be made. We got to figure out different ways to do LCL and run that service.
Okay. When's the first time you remember, like approximate year, having a conversation about trying to reconfigure LCL service so that it would be more profitable? How long ago was that?
Let's see. Maybe within the last, I think the first conversation that I had about LCL, I'd like to say would go back to like maybe 7 years ago, just looking at doing it differently because we had a presidential change. So a different leadership, there's a different, view on how you should run the business. And so we kind of dabbled in that conversation, but we never really did anything about it. But it was more of a, what could we do different versus, looking at the revenue stream and the profitability side at LCL.
So around 7 years ago, that first started coming up to your memory. What have you done personally to try to work on changing the way the service is offered to make it more efficient, to make it more profitable? Like, have you come up with other ideas? What have you personally done?
For me personally, I I brought more oversight in that operation, so I put a superintendent there full time. They're bouncing back and forth. So I try to keep a steady state there to manage not only traffic flow and making sure it was a safe operation, but also managing just the customer interaction, right? On the drop off dates, whether or not people are coming on time. And then, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, separating the drop off and the pickups. That was probably the biggest impact we've seen with just traffic and congestion and even just flow of cargo. When somebody's coming in and drop off cargo and pick up cargo, there's a lot of moving parts there, and it just starts to back up, and it gets really complicated with the hazmat requirements and documentation to move hazmat material. And so separating those two and then working on the hazmat on when we should process hazmat, when, after hours, what's more efficient, when do we do that type of work so that we can still receive hazmat, meet, the 49 CFR and be in compliance, but also make sure we move it in a safe manner. Those are the things that stick out for me of what I've done with LCL.
But the estimate of $25 million annual loss, that most recent estimate, to your knowledge, is that the worst loss the company has ever experienced from LCL services?
I would have to say yes.
So is it fair to say then that whatever has been done between 7 years ago and today, it hasn't worked? In fact, the profitability of that service has gone in the opposite direction. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And why do you think that is? Is there anything more that you could have done that you can think of to reverse that trend?
I'd say yes. I mean, we could have submitted a tariff transmittal to maybe get out of LCL. I'd lie if I said that wasn't one of the things we could have did. I think the other thing is just the shipping and how cargo moves has changed quite a bit in the last couple of years, and I think that is beyond our control. But at the same time, it's really hard because those smaller communities, right? They need all of LCL services. So you're talking consumable goods, household goods, construction material, big and small, right? So for the Lanai Molokai ports and those communities, LCL is still needed in its full capacity, even for farming, right, on the neighbor islands. Agricultural stuff really depends on that LCL service from the refrigerated side. So it's hard to get out of it, right? It's not the easy answer. But for the bigger ports, I wouldn't say they don't have as much need there. And it's kind of a debate we have internally on what's the right transformation with LCL, right? Because construction equipment or large oversized things, right? Those are things that must move in LCL. It's just, it's a complicated problem, but there's a lot of factors and dynamics that are involved.
Do you have an estimate of how much LCL is non-agricultural goods?
We do have that number. I don't know off the top of my head, but we do have some metrics on that.
Do you know who would know the answer to that question?
Probably Mr. Starkey.
Okay. Were you involved in the work relating to the most recent development of YB's business plan?
I was.
And as part of that process, did anyone ask you to come up with suggestions of how to change any of the services that YB offered as part of that business plan?
I was.
Can you give us more detail of what you contributed to that discussion?
I think my focus to start off was just try and find flexibility in our business, right? Where we could help manage some of the costs, right? So I guess the way to look at it, it's like a grocery store, right? I can't afford to put a clerk and a baggage person at every register, as long as the store is open. So how can I get some flexibilities there to put the power and resources to that service or operation that I'm running? And so that's the type of flexibility that I was looking for. And so when I talk about that, then you look at LCL, which is complicated, as I earlier mentioned, and finding some flexibilities on how can I move LCL? What LCL cargo is absolutely necessary, and how can we move LCL differently in these other commodities that still meet the community needs and service? And so I guess I can say the LCL transformation that was a part of discussion, and I know we're still ironing out some details on what that actually looks like, but finding different ways to move LCL, still meeting community needs, but minimizing the loss and, making some money, as we do so. That was one of them. And then just looking at other areas, like the sailing schedule, for example, right? Could we run a sailing schedule that was different than we currently do today?
Did some of your recommendations on LCL not make it into the business plan?
I don't know if it didn't make it into the business plan because it's still, we're the transformation of it, but I would say no, I don't think so. It didn't make it in.
Did you ever consider requiring non-perishable LCL goods to, be collected off-site and not brought to YB's central port location until there was a full container of it? Has that type of approach ever been considered?
I mean, I think it's been discussed. I think it's easy for Honolulu being the hub and the businesses that are here that can service that need that you just mentioned. It's very difficult to say that's the case on all ports, on all the neighbor islands. And so you can say, yeah, it's maybe available in Maui, but it might not be available in Molokai. And so it's been discussed, but it's hard to say you could do that because not every port, not every island has that support.
All right. Is all livestock a regulated good? I mean, all livestock that's shipped, as far as you know, is that all regulated?
We have regulated livestock for the most part, but we do have some unregulated livestock that moves from through us that eventually, either goes on an airplane or on a interstate ship to the U.S. mainland. So, but most of the livestock is regulated on YB.
Do you have any estimate of the percentage of livestock that's regulated versus unregulated?
If I had to, I don't know the exact number, but
Just an estimate.
I'd probably say 80% is regulated.
About
80%.
80%. Okay, thank you. You mentioned earlier that some of the employees, some of your workers work 12 to 16 hours a day sometimes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are any of those employees who are working a 16-hour day, are any of them operating heavy machinery?
They are.
And how does YB stay in compliance with HIOSH or OSHA regulations for employees that are engaged in operating dangerous equipment for that length of time? Can you describe that for us?
We try and allow them at least 8 hours of rest between shifts.
So 8 hours of rest between two 16-hour shifts potentially?
Then there's times where it's depending on the type of operation. Our goal to meet that rest period that's the target goal, but sometimes the work calls for them to work less than that rest period. And sometimes those are things, weather, vessel delays, vessel arrivals, some things are beyond our control. We don't have a bench of employees. We have just enough to service our operations statewide. So it becomes challenging from a scheduling standpoint.
Have you ever observed employees becoming less efficient who are working more than an 8-hour day because they become tired, stressed, or other effects of that length of their workday? Have you noticed that making any of them less efficient in their work?
I haven't noticed them being less efficient. I do notice that they're fatigued at times. But They're also, as I mentioned earlier, dedicated. There's also a schedule. So they don't always, a machine operator isn't always a machine operator, right? They're on it. They're on that schedule for, let's say, a month, and then they shift. So there's days where like the hours are longer and maybe the rest is shorter, but then it's split up to maybe a more reasonable work shift. So guys are working, 8 to 10 hour shifts. And so not always are you on the barge operation, which is the longer hour. There's terminal positions that we schedule that people can work less of a shift. So some of it is stuck with the collective bargaining agreement, right? With the schedules and how we use people and work opportunity and jurisdictional work. So we're trying to manage within the collective bargaining agreement. But safety is number one. So if somebody is fatigued and we do have to run short or shut something down for safety reasons, we'll do so.
Okay, and then last question is relating to the agricultural discount. Do you have any personal experience or knowledge of situations where a customer, believed or represented that they felt they were entitled to an agricultural discount and Young Brothers disagreed?
I have, yes.
Can you describe those situations to your memory?
Yeah, just some of that stuff is packaged for retail, which isn't applied. That ag discount that you mentioned is not applied to that stuff. So it's packaged and ready for retail. The discount does not apply. But those are the only circumstances. Usually these are new businesses, new startup companies, or new to the market. But for the most part, that doesn't really happen too often to my knowledge. We like working with the ag people and me specifically livestock.
When you say packaged for resale, would that apply theoretically to a packaged bag of raw spinach that's packaged for resale, but is still a bag of raw spinach?
Yeah, I mean,
Is that not allowed as far as you understand it in terms
Yeah,
of a
if it's-
discount?
that's my understanding.
Okay.
Something that's packaged ready for sale does it not apply?
Okay. All right. Thank you. I've got no further questions at this time.
Thanks.
Commissioner Kuai.
Just following up on Commissioner Yost's question, why is a package of spinach not afforded a discount?
That's just my understanding of how that discount is treated, that if it's packaged ready for retail, it's not applied. I don't know why it's that way.
No rhyme or reason?
I have my own opinion on that, but yeah, that's just how it's applied to that ag discount.
And who interprets that? Is that management?
It's initially interpreted or processed through our clerks.
So the clerks interpret that.
And if they got questions, there's a management team that they can verify and interpret that discount.
So it's an internal interpretation. Okay. I have a couple of other questions that were punted to you, so I apologize in advance. Mr. Alvarez testified earlier, he made a statement in his direct testimony that by way of example, the company incurs roughly the same amount of cost to operate a barge, whether it operates at full capacity or transports a single container. How often is a barge not at full capacity?
That's hard. That's a hard question to answer, but I'll do my best here. So I would say, and then I'll use just round numbers to make it easy. So let's just say a barge is at 500 TU capacity barge. To say that YB is loading to full capacity, the answer is no. Because that means we're loading full stacks at maximum height, which is five high container stacks throughout the entire barge, and we're not doing that. But you can also look at the barge and figure out, are we utilizing that barge as efficiently as possible, right? I mentioned the no-show issue, so we deal with that on a daily basis with our live loading and live receiving. So as we're navigating through our shifts, we're loading barges to be the most efficient, putting cargo. There's ro-ro cargo that take up that deck space. And so although we might not be meeting the max capacity as far as the data spec sheet might say on a barge, we're utilizing the entire footprint of the barge with cargo. And that includes advancing cargo that may be available if there is room. So if a customer is booked on a Thursday Maui barge, there's potential if there is open deck space. We are advancing that to make sure that we load as much as possible. If we can and have the cargo available and the time allows for it, we'll load everything. So it's a yes and no answer. But we are maximizing and totally utilizing that barge to be the most efficient and to meet the customer community needs.
Well, is there a determination at some point that in order for a sailing to be profitable, you have to have the barge at a particular capacity?
Correct.
Okay. And who makes that analysis or determination?
There's not, I wouldn't say it's like who, it's a team.
Okay.
We book cargo, we meet our regulated sailing schedule. We do analyze on a weekly basis, our revenue and then our expenses, right? So we can look at that level of detail. And then we start to look and see where, we can make some adjustments. And so it's a team effort on doing that. It's not just specifically operations and finance works closely together to determine, what makes sense. Some of it is hard, right? Because we're regulated. So even if we only had 10 containers to Maui and we had to sail on a Wednesday, we'd still sail on a Wednesday with 10 containers, right? There's not that much flexibility there. Koholo is a different example. We are the main inter-island shipper of automobiles throughout the state. We have some flexibility with the Koholo to load cars, but also we have the flexibility to shift, right? If for some reason, let's just say we need a tugboat or we're short an asset to service the regulated service, we can pivot on the Koholo, which is nice to have to manage some of maybe the loss in volume, right? Maybe a ship that was coming from the West Coast or somewhere else never made it, and those 500 cars are still in transit. The ability to not sail the Koholo is advantageous to us. And so, yeah, it's a team effort to answer your question on that part.
Have you ever had to turn away customers because the barge is full? You just can't.
We have.
How often does that occur?
It's rare. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but it happens, and it usually happens because a customer has an urgent request to move the day of.
Mhm.
And what's hard, because we like to service the community and meet customer expectation and needs, is if we have a no-show problem,
Mhm.
and that's both on the interstate and the intrastate side, my barge will look full on paper. And so if a customer is asking to move a barge, my clerks can only see what they see on our terminal operating system. And so they will turn a customer away and say, hey, sorry, you're not available to go today. But the next barge is Thursday or a week away. And so those are situations where if it's not planned properly, we can turn away a customer. If it's a last minute request, we can turn away a customer. If there's a no-show issue where customers are not showing up, it's a terrible problem and we're trying to solve it.
Is there a penalty provision?
No, there's not.
So if person who makes an advance booking, there's no deposit or anything, have you folks explored that possibility?
We've discussed it. We've discussed a service charge and a penalty for no-shows. I think we're still discussing it. I think we brought it up in some occasions. I don't know exactly when and where, but we've talked about it.
Right, because you've discussed the airline scenario, right? You
Yeah.
basically book a seat on the airline, you're guaranteed that seat on the airline. Well, you're guaranteed a seat on the airline because you pre-booked it, right? You paid funds. So
Yeah.
in order to minimize your costs, I mean, the question is, why haven't you looked at
I think,
penalties or anything like that for no-shows to minimize your cost?
yeah. We've spent some time looking at a new terminal operating system. our system FACE, which stands for Freight and Containerized Equipment. We've had that since somewhere around 2009. You know, it's a system that we worked with Advent on creating. It works great for us. There's some definitely improvements from our old system, but in my opinion, we've outgrown it. It's not meeting the needs that some modern software systems out there when it comes to a TOS is available. So we had thought that was kind of the answer, but that takes capital, and we don't have the ability to use capital to to purchase a new terminal operating system. But something like that could help us trace cargo, you know, make it more seamless from a customer standpoint, kind of like the rental cars, right? Or even an airline ticket, since we're talking airlines, you don't have to really talk to anybody unless you run into a problem. And sometimes those things are beneficial, but there's systems out there that can track cargo, kind of put it in a stow location on the barge, so we kind of know where everything's kind of pre-plan a vessel. There's things out there that we could utilize that we think could help with no shows, but we need the capital to get a new system.
But it doesn't require, doesn't require any capital if you start charging for bookings and
We do-
reservations, right?
Yes, if we start charging a penalty fee, there is no capital.
I would bet you that they would actually start showing up and making use of that, or calling you, let's say, a day in advance and saying, I can't make it, and that alleviates the next customer to get on.
I agree.
Ms. Verberge kind of touched upon this, but I'm gonna ask you some questions. On your sailings, roughly what is the percentage between regulated and non-regulated?
Regulated, like cargo package wise,
Yeah.
60% regulated, 40% unregulated.
Okay, and roughly this, indicated that you put the regulated and unregulated cargo on at the same time.
Mhm.
So typically, how long does it take you in a day to put cargo onto a ship?
On a good day, probably 5 to 6 hours.
To put all the cargo onto the ship? on a bad day?
on an empty barge, yeah.
Alright, okay, but reality, on a regular day, just on a good day, just a regular day,
I mean, I would say even let me reframe that.
sure.
On a really good day, probably 4 hours and less. That's no cargo traffic. Everything's in the yard. Everything's available. When we're dealing with open community gate, public gate, and there's trucker traffic, there's customer traffic, there's our traffic, internal traffic, it takes us 5 to 6 hours. So on a good day, probably 4 hours or less. 5 to 6 is pretty reasonable for us, you know, a little over when we're short. And cargo is just received first, you know, it's received as it comes in, and so that cargo gets staged. We don't have a facility where we can stage cargo for each of our customers, right? I mean, we need way more real estate. But a dry container stock is a dry container stock. So it's unregulated mixed in with regulated, and it's as they come in and as they're received.
So when do you guys, if you can get goods in 6 hours, when do you come into the overtime situation?
Usually right after 3:30, 4 o'clock, depending on that start time for that particular shift. So if you take yesterday as an example, right? Yesterday's Monday. The team that loads the Quai barge has to load the No Wheelie Willie barge. So they work and they try and sail that barge by noon, right? And then they go to lunch and they start back up, and then roughly 1 o'clock, 1:30, they're loading that No Wheelie Willie barge and trying to hit a target sail time somewhere around 1800 to 1900. So even on the most perfect day, that barge team's gonna get overtime after 3:30. You just mathematically can't load 2 barges in a single shift within 7.5 hours, unless you close the gates and do things drastically different than we do now.
Is that something you've looked at?
It's something we've looked at. It's just hard to meet customers. The just-in-time service, the lack of warehousing space, the trucking power, vessels coming in on certain days. Those are all factors that need to get considered by making a drastic change like that, and it hasn't penciled out for us.
So in the meantime, you're I guess, incurring overtime, double overtime, and triple overtime cost.
Yeah. And we're doing things with that LMC program to try and minimize those penalty hours as best we can to manage just an efficient operation from both the Honolulu perspective and neighbor islands.
Is the neighbor islands have the same overtime issue?
Yes.
Which ports?
They all have on their bars days, so I think all ports, the four main ports, I would say, Nauwiliwili, Kaului, Hilo, and Kauai.
But it's not as prevalent as Oahu, correct?
No, just because they have 2 barges a week, Maui has 3, and then Honolulu is a 7-day operation.
So have you thought about basically splitting your shifts so that one shift works only 7.5 hours, they can go home, and then another shift comes in another 8 hours, and so that you don't have to incur so much overtime?
The answer is yes. We just don't have the manpower to do so. We just don't have the physical bodies. We don't have a casual workforce. We just have a set amount of people in Honolulu to fill the daily manning requirements. And so to do so, we'd have to hire more bodies. Probably a whole nother second shift to do what you just said. Because we just don't have the bench to support it right now.
So what would be the cost differential if you, let's say, split your manpower that way, and how much more people? Because I assume you wouldn't need to have all the people coming in on the first shift. You could split it, let's say 8-8.
Yeah, I understand where you're going there. It's a little hard for me to number one, I wouldn't know what the number is. I'd be guessing, as far as what it would look like. And then there's also collective bargaining piece to it where I'd have to negotiate what that would look like.
Yeah, but I assume you folks kind of looked at it at some point or explored it.
Yeah, I mean, even to support, the transfer of cargo in between, we've looked at it. It's just, I would say it's something we're still looking at.
But you haven't run the numbers.
We hasn't run the numbers, and actually, the preliminary numbers that even aren't, I wouldn't say are really accurate. They still need to be drilled down. Those numbers are a big number, for us to do now without the right rates. Yeah.
Okay. Let me go to the Kaholo milk run. Can you explain to me how that milk run came about, the Kaholo milk run?
Yeah, a couple rate cases ago, the auto industry was pretty upset at YB for our bookings or lack of bookings, and we had an asset that was sitting, and at the time we would sell it if there was roughly 225 or more cars on it booked, and the regulated barges were maxed out with automobiles and containers. So after hearing the concern, we turned the Kaholo on, and regardless of the volume, I hate to use this reference, but I use it all the time. It's the field of dreams, right? If you build it, it'll come. So we just started sailing it, and we got the volume, and it started to continue, and it still continues.
So the volume is still there from its inception, or has it increased or decreased?
I think it's steady state. It ebbs and flows sometimes, right? With the rental car business, the seasonality of some of the stuff we see on the neighbor islands. But for the most part, with the major dealerships, the auto volumes is pretty consistent, I would say. And then also, like, we're the only auto carrier now in between the islands. So there is volume between the POV side and then, the dealership side, even new and used car dealerships, and then just construction equipment. We can put some rolling stock. So some ports need ro equipment, large construction equipment, even if like a school, for example, DOT needs to move buses. So all those things are advantageous to us to get things, you know, moved on this milk run service.
Is that a regulated service or unregulated service?
It's not, we call it a special, but it's got both unregulated and regulated cargo on it.
But if it has regulated cargo, doesn't it have to have specific sailing dates? Or no,
Not to my knowledge on the special,
on a special?
yeah.
So you can possibly delay the shipping of a Kaholo depending on whether or not it's full or not.
We can today, yes.
So if there is a, let's say, a downturn in the economy, like, or sidewards or decrease in volume of that, you folks can make adjustments and not run the colo as often as possible.
We could.
And have you folks talked about, since you have the Kaholo, and guess the great thing about the Kaholo is you can vary the service. Have you folks talked about adjusting your sailings for your other ships? Because the Kaholo kind of serves as a backstop, right? So now that you have this backstop, couldn't you adjust your sailings of your other ships?
And when you say our other ships, just so I'm clear, like our other regulated sailings?
Yes.
We've talked about it, yeah, when we're in discussion about that right now.
So you folks are thinking about that.
Yep.
Let's talk about YB had purchased some barges recently, correct? That's for Molokai and Lanai. Are those barges specifically only run for Molokai and Lanai?
It's primarily, well, I need to clarify. So the
Sure.
Kalohi is our 286 class bar that was designed for Molokai and Lanai.
Mm-hmm.
And it's primarily used for Molokai and Lanai. If it's available and it's not on that run, I cannot say we're not going to use it to go elsewhere. To my knowledge, we haven't had an opportunity to do so, but it's primarily for those two communities. But we also purchased the Naulu, which is our biggest barge, and that doesn't fit into Lanai Molokai. It only services the other 4 main islands. And so that barge is our largest barge in our fleet and a ballastable barge that services Nawiliwili, Kaului, Kauai, and Hilo.
When did you purchase these 2 barges?
So let's see. Everything's a blur, but I believe it was at the end of, we got it into useful life in the last year.
So it came in 2024.
Yeah.
Given that there's been a downturn in volume, do you still need these 2 barges or the other barges since you added basically 3 more ships to service all your customers, but yet there's a decrease in volume? So do you need to run all of these ships at the same time? Given the decrease in volume.
So I'll just say I'm operations, so I would say I need everything. But to answer your question, yeah,
Well,
we do need them. It gives us some flexibility. The bigger platform, you know, creates some efficiencies, even if it's not fully max.
But don't you have to balance that with cost and profitability?
We do, and then that's where we need to look at our other assets, like because for every barge that you have in your fleet, you need to have a backup when those things go through regulatory repairs, like a dry dock, right? So you want to have a backup there. But there's also some additional work that we've started to go into that supports the other assets. So we've maintained our current fleet of assets.
Can you explain a little bit further, please?
We started moving aggregate. There's a need to move aggregate between the islands.
Is that a regulated or unregulated?
It's unregulated. And so there was a need for it. We had additional assets, as you mentioned.
So how often do you run the aggregate?
We've been running it since July, and we've done
How many sailings per week?
once a week. Once a week. Both the tsunami and the hurricane kind of threw us in a loop, but I think we ran six sailings so far. And then I believe they have enough material to do what they gotta do, and then we'll do another 3 next year. And there's just some other inquiries. So we have been using our assets. So it's not like it's sitting.
But you're using those assets for unregulated.
We are, yeah. But it's those 2 assets, and they can be easily moved into the regulated service. It's just the balance and a dance of using whatever assets we have available. So it's not saying that we can't use them for the regulated service. They're just available and in use. So to answer your point, could we off fire and like not have as many assets? We could, but right now there's a little bit of work for it. So we've kept it in our fleet.
So the unregulated side is helping basically make up for the losses on the regulated side, correct?
A little
You're
bit,
using
yes.
those assets and the people.
I would say yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, I just wanted to maybe clarify. Right, so you said that on average sailings, right? Right, 60% is regulated, 40% is unregulated, right? And then earlier you also said, right, kind of like the priority on what goes on is, right, anything living, livestock, basically, and then refrigerated or reefers, right, go on next.
Yes.
So, and, right, those are also mixed, right, as far as regulated, unregulated.
Mhm.
Do you ever get to a point where, say, after reefers go on, right, that, you know, purely regulated stuff goes next versus unregulated? Or, right, and I will say that I know it's very complex on far as, you know, shipping and all of that, and you know it better than I do. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there a point that, right, say regulated, right, is kind of prioritized over unregulated?
Yeah, I think that comes from me and my team, right, in operations. I really stress to really prioritize the regulated customer, but also, you know, meet all customers' needs. And the truth is, you know, we have a very small terminal in the scheme of things, right? For the amount of communities we serve and the amount of volume we move, it's not doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize YB could use additional real estate to be more efficient, even to sort through cargo. And at times we leave both cargoes back. So before I say that, at times I mentioned the no-show.
Yeah.
But there's also times where people show up with more than they need, right?
Yeah.
So those ebb and flows, if a vessel misses a sailing on the West Coast and it connects on a later sailing day, like all those things are factors. The most recent, I think the most recent complaints we got was a tsunami, right?
Yeah.
We're in that middle of loading and we had to get into a safe zone, and that we left cargo back. But it takes us a couple sailings, you know, 2-3 days for some ports, a week for others to catch up. And sometimes that forces customers to get left back. And so hopefully I'm answering your question correctly, but as people deliver cargo, sometimes when you deliver it too soon, you're blocked up, and then you receive additional cargo, and then now the barges maximize. And those are examples of both. In order for us to manage that bookings and the cargo volumes and whether or not we have a no-show issue or people are delivering more than we expected, those are situations where prioritizing a customer may get challenging because we simply just sometimes run out of space. And those are usually during a recovery or situations where it's not the normal course of business. So if we keep on our regular sailing schedule, 12 every week, no miss, easy. We can prioritize those things. But whenever there's a little blip, whether it's weather, could be rain, could be flooding, could be tsunami event, could be incoming hurricane, could be vessel delays, could be a tug mechanical. Those are domino effects where it does get challenging, where those situations can happen.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to clarify, I think you were in responding to Ms. Verbrugge's question about you know, industry standard, right? in terms of salaries and in terms of the negotiation of collective bargaining agreements. And you mentioned the industry standard is longshoremen. I just want to clarify, are those our local kind, or is it the West Coast guys? Is it, right? Who are we looking at as the industry standard?
Yeah, I would say that's our longshoremen, that's our local guys in the West Coast.
Okay, and they all belong to ILWU in general.
They all of them belong to LW, but when I reference longshoremen,
Okay.
our guys are longshoremen, but w- we're different as a barge operator in Hawaii.
Mhm.
And so we don't do we don't do container ship,
Yeah.
container,
So not like Matson
not like
guys.
Matson, not those guys. So it's a different, still longshoremen, just different.
Yeah. Okay. Um, another thing, could you briefly describe, or if you're not the guy who can just summarize, let me know who should be doing it. Can you describe how gratis shipping works for, I guess the employees on break? Because not all of your CBAs have that, right?
Yeah.
That particular benefit, right?
Yeah.
Can you describe how that works? So I'm employee X, right? I want to ship something. What is the process that I would have to go through?
Yeah. So, if you're an employee, you have an employee benefit per the collective
Yeah.
bargaining agreement, which allows you to ship cargo and waive the shipping fees. But you don't get insurance coverage, so you got to waive that, right? So we're not responsible for any claims. And you still have to pay the tax and the wharfage, so it's not completely free.
Okay.
So if you were working for me and you wanted to ship, let's say your canoe to Molokai because you're just going to paddle back to Honolulu, you would come to me as your supervisor. You would ask for approval. You would fill out your bill of lading with what you're requesting. The manager approves it. It's at our management discretion. So even though it's an employee shipment, we still have management rights to look if something is legit. And we sign it, you can ship. It's different from gratis, and there's, so gratis
Yeah.
for me would be, I'll use the rodeo people. So livestock industry, 4-H programs were kind of struggling. They came to me. I work closely with the livestock industry, and they say, hey, how can you help, with the 4-H program and the livestock? And so we started doing gratis shipment for the rodeos, so that not only were people more interested in livestock, but now families could afford to do the state championships and 4-H shows. And so to me, that's a gratis. That's where we waive the charges to make things affordable. And we don't do that, Maui wildfire would be nothing where we'd ship things for donations and stuff. And that goes through another separate process. So that goes through our
Mhm.
Marcon team. That's nothing to do with operations. Customers can come in with their requests. And we can approve certain things, but it goes through that process on the Marcom side for community engagement and community support, and that goes through a process there. Not all gratis requests are, obviously, I'll be honest, not all of them are legit, but not all of them are approved either, right? And we kind of help everybody. But those are two different processes.
And right, it's at the discretion of, I guess, sure, not management, but say the supervisor and the person at the dock at the time, right? On when that shipment goes out. If I came to you today and, right, and you make the decision on when it actually goes out.
For employee shipment, 100%. If it's a gratis shipment,
Yeah.
like
yeah.
Maui wildfire, and there's like Kaiser medical supplies in one of those medical trucks, those get priority.
Yeah.
And get loaded. But yeah, employee shipments, they get management discretion when it's loaded.
Okay. And could you give me a ballpark on how much, like in a year, how much is employee? Not so much the gratis. The gratis, I understand and probably use the wrong term, but for employee shipping using that benefit that they have.
Man, that's a tough one. I want to clarify one more thing before I answer that question. So we also don't displace book cargo with employee shipment cargo. So
Okay.
if it's a book cargo that takes priority over an employee shipment, gratis again is different, depending on the gratis and who is asking and
Yeah.
the need. But to answer your question, oof, you know, it's a hard one because we service the Lanai and Molokai communities, and so they come here and do big bulk shopping. And so it's very common for those Molokai, you know, when they, let's just say they get labor loaned here on the weekends to take work opportunity in Honolulu. Those guys,
Be taking
those guys
stuff
will
in.
go to Costco or Sam's Club and load. And so that guy could be shipping, you know, 4 times in a month, you know, times 52 weeks. So easily, you know, I would say hundreds of employee shipments is my estimate. I don't know the exact number. I apologize.
Is there, right, because you mentioned, right, if I wanted to ship my canoe,
Mhm.
right? And I assume it's gonna be a one-man canoe coming back.
I hope so.
But is there like a size, like, right, because it could be everything from one box to, right, a 50-quart cooler to whatever.
Yeah. So those are the things we try and catch, and that's where we get on management's oversight and approval. So like if you paddle canoe, most chances you in a canoe club. So if all of a sudden Leo wanted to ship 6 canoes and it happens to be in a Molokai Hoe, you're not gonna get your 6 canoes as an employee shipment.
Yeah.
We'll call foul. Maybe you get 1 canoe, but you know, it's in reason and we're trying to control abuse. Also, we look at boats, right? We kind of go buy one 40-foot boat and ship them on YB and move them to Kauai during that season. And then next thing you know, you're moving them to, you know,
Back.
it's those things that we try and police and catch because that's not what it's intended for. It's mostly intended for what I said earlier, right? The smaller communities,
Yeah.
like the Molokai Lanai guys that don't have as much means to get stuff that they need.
Okay, thank you. Um, you know, you mentioned to, and I get it, right? Some of the contracts were negotiated before you guys started to see the trend in downward volume, right? And I know you weren't here yesterday, but believe was questioning from the commission of Mr. Kiyotoki, right? Asking, you know, should that kind of projections be done like in advance? So my question to you as one of the negotiating team, right? If you had that kind of data, right? Like, hey, Chris, as you go into, right, negotiations, here's the projections on volume, on whatever, right? You think that that would put you in a better spot as far as representing YB on the negotiation team, right? And trying to, you know, negotiate these collective bargaining agreements. You think that would help you
I-
in knowing, you know, being more aware of what's happening around the company, right?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be honest if I said no. So I would have to say yes, it would be helpful. But I also want to say that, you know, it is negotiations, it is a collective bargaining agreement with the LW. And so you want to, you know, our workforce is dedicated, right? They work 16 hours a day. They'll be here till the last minute on a tsunami and a hurricane. So they go above and beyond. So it's hard to not reward them with a fair contract. Our struggle is we can't match the other contracts at times because we just, you know, we're in financial distress at times, right? And the volume and it's complicated and I'm not planning to go there, but my point is like it is helpful. I cannot say it wouldn't be, but it's also a tough negotiations because we are in that industry, right? It's the market. It's
Yeah.
I hate to say it that way, but like that's the market we're in, right? And and we try and manage as best we can to have a fair contract within reason that still allows us flexibility to manage the business.
Okay. And to that, to the point about it, as far as the negotiation team, I mean, you're not the only guy, right, at the table representing YB.
No, yeah. So we use Hawaii Employers Council
Okay.
as our chief negotiator. I am the chief negotiator from the company's behalf. I do have a team. We have a team that sits at the table, which is mainly made up of operations, people that know, work rules and manage the business, we have a neighbor island representative, so we select the neighbor island manager that's best suited to represent the neighbor island ports. And then our back office team is finance, HR, that helps with some of that stuff. And so it's not me. Yeah, it's not just me.
Yeah, and I was gonna get like, should there be like a finance person at the table? So basically, when you say back end, say you get, right, some proposal from the union, right, you taking it back to these guys before you, right, kind of go back with a counter or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's the improvements. After every negotiation, you can look at process improvements and where you can
Yeah.
do better. And I think having him in a back office versus a phone call is much different. Having them available, on site with the team, not necessarily on the table with us,
Correct.
negotiating across the table, but just they're present is some of the things that we've implemented, moving into future negotiations.
Okay. Last thing I wanted to cover, you mentioned, right, whenever you need it and whenever available, you can use your other employees from other ports. Say you use them, right, and their port is closed for, right, it's not a barge there, or they don't got anything going on. So when they come over, say they gotta come over to Oahu, is that at straight time? Like when they get here, they start working the 7.5 straight time? If they work more than 7.5, you start to get an OT, or is it?
Yeah, so there is some things within the collective bargaining that are just cost, right? So there's a 3.5 hour travel, so they get paid for it, included in. So if you travel, and that just is one cost that is already, if you need an employee from Maui, for example, who's available to work in Honolulu, they get a 3.5 hour travel premium. Then when they come to Honolulu, yes, they work at, for the most part, that straight time rate. Anytime an employee is called out, it's 5 hour minimum. And so no matter if we work them for 2 hours or 3 hours, they're gonna get 5. And then any hours
So
work.
that's-
So they get the 3.5 travel time plus any hours work and then per diem.
And
we
the
cover
2.5
that.
covers back and forth.
Back and forth travel,
Okay.
time in the airport, stuff like that.
So roughly about 8.5 hours of work. Right.
I mean, you could almost say 10 hours, right? Because if they work a 8 hour shift
Yeah.
and then they get, or let's just say 7.5 hour shift, and then you
Yeah.
add in, the travel, they could get 10 to 11 hours.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. Else?
Just to follow up a little bit on the agricultural product discount question. Milk is one of the products that's listed on the tariff sheet. And is milk shipped in packaged gallon containers and afforded the discount?
I don't know that. Some of the milk is moved in like big tanks, but we do move milk in crates that you talked about. I don't know the answer to your question if they get that discount. I would want to say no, but I don't know for sure.
What about coffee? Is coffee bagged in 12-ounce bags of, beans that are meant for resale and given the discount?
No,
No?
but if coffee came in a 100-pound burlap bag, I believe it does.
What about island meats? What does island meats mean different than livestock?
So like with some of the slaughterhouses that have been I guess reestablished on the neighbor islands, if you I don't know how to say this because it's talking about meat, but just imagine a deboned livestock that you have meat available and I would just call it slabs, I guess. I don't know the right term to call them, but slabs that are just meant to be brought back to get finished up and processed and packaged, that would qualify. But anything that is like slaughtered, packaged, and ready to go from the neighbor islands wouldn't apply.
Okay, and you've got the modifying definition here. It says island fruits, not just fruits, but island fruits. Is that meaningful as far as you know? Like, is a Kula strawberry still an island fruit? As opposed, because it's not normally a tropical fruit, right? But it's being grown in Hawaii. So is that an island fruit?
Yeah, you stumped me there. I would assume that, but I don't know for sure. But I would assume that, yeah, an island fruit would be like something that, is grown only in Hawaii.
Is grown only in Hawaii. Okay, so like a papaya or a mango or a pineapple as opposed to a blueberry that someone's managed to figure out how to grow in upcountry Maui?
And I would say our clerks would be able, like, this is what gets hard, right? Because you want to promote ag and you don't want to just say it's got to be local produce. So this whole conversation is an interesting one because I think it should be everything, not just, it should be blueberries, in my opinion. It shouldn't just be mangoes. We got to find ways to support ag, in my opinion, and how to just promote it, nurture it, and support it as best we can. So I'd say that if that was me, I'd try and include it.
But it sounds like you're not really sure if where the line exactly is being drawn right now between different types of goods, right?
Yeah, and I'm not so much in the tactical side when it comes to like those day-to-day shipments. So I don't have too much visibility on the blueberry guy versus the mango guy, but I'm a supporter of ag and local ag and however I can support it from an operational standpoint, I get more involved there. But if it did come to my desk and somebody says, does a discount apply? I would say yes, if it comes to my desk, but it doesn't come to my desk so often if people are making their own judgment or interpretation or of what that island discount applies. But if you're asking me if that question came to my desk, do blueberries apply from Maui? I'd say yeah, as long as it was the raw product.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Nakashima,
Thank
may you
you, Chair.
redirect?
Yeah, just a few questions. Mr. Martin, I believe Mr. Knox asked you how steady or variable the expenses are year over year. And if I heard correctly, you might have said steady, quote steady, but you don't mean that expenses are not increasing year over year, are you?
I'm not saying expenses will not increase. It's just steady and there's little blips here and there. But yeah, labor will go up each year, so there'll be a slight increase.
And I think Chair just touched on this, but just to clarify a little bit, and this goes to a question that was originally asked by Ms. Verburgi, and I'm going to paraphrase, so forgive me, but I think the question was along the lines of, did you take into account the fact that at the time of some of these labor negotiations were going on, the ERI was in effect, and the ERI was subject to a refund. Was that at all taken into account during negotiations? And then I think also Chair talked about just generally what would it be helpful for you to take these other factors into account? And I want to say just more recently, you were talking about the market or something to that effect. I didn't quite catch all of that. Could you explain a little bit more what you meant?
Yeah, the refund wasn't brought up as a negotiation piece during negotiations, but I answered Chair's question on whether or not market would be helpful, and my answer is yes, it'd be helpful with negotiations.
But specifically, I think in that context, you were talking about the ILWU here locally in Hawaii as well, and comparing it to other
Oh,
ports.
yes.
What did you mean? What did you mean?
I think Dr. Encom has an exhibit that he worked on that measures industry, which is the PMA, and when you look at revenue tons and the cost to move the revenue tons, our operating costs are favorable in comparison to the industry.
Just to confirm, so you're referring to the analysis that Dr. Ancom did when he compared YB's overall labor efficiency with those of comparable operators on the West Coast that I think I've heard PMA mentioned before. That's I'm sorry, what was PMA stand for again?
Pacific Maritime Association.
And so those are the West Coast ports.
Yes.
And you were just saying we're more efficient here. Is that what you just said?
Our costs are manageable and favorable, so it's more efficient in comparison.
And then there was did you also say that I think earlier during the examination by Ms. Verbrugge, you were saying that we're below or behind, you used the word industry, I think. We're below the industry, or do you recall that?
I do.
What could you expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's negotiating a fair contract, and the market's set, and we're in that market, in the same market as everyone else, and so it'd be hard to meet the same level in CBA as others because we might not have the volume, as we've seen some volumes in Hawaii. So I'm just saying we're not setting the pace for the market. We're keeping up with the market and trying to negotiate a fair and reasonable contract at the same time, something that's manageable for YB. And I think we've done that. I think we've got a contract that is favorable, that is comparable, but not the exact same, which is an advantage for us.
Thank you. There was a hypothetical given earlier, and I just want to clarify for the record. I think the hypothetical said something to the effect of, if there was a bargaining unit employee who, again, works 7.5 hours for straight time pay, regular pay, if that employee only works Monday through Friday, only those days, and only 7.5 hours per day, would overtime be incurred in that specific hypothetical?
For 5 days,
Correct.
no overtime.
And then again, I think you might have brought this up when Chair was asking you, but if it's 7.5 hours for the regular rate and the gate hours are 9, is it gate hours 9? Why don't you just bring over folks from a neighbor island, from another port, for that extra 2 hours?
It'd be more costly to do so. You'd have to pay for flights, pay the travel premium, and a 5-hour call out to cover that 2 hours.
Thank you. Is Young Brothers exploring all opportunities to increase their revenues?
Yes, we are.
Would having the assets like the Kalohi and Naulu help with that?
Yes, they will.
Could you expand a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, there's more available deck space on our barges. We can load more, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, which just adds to our service offerings. But also with those assets, right, you can look at the sailing schedule and you can grow the business. And maybe there's a time where the volume is supportive of a single sailing to a different port, right, versus a combo sailing, as an example. So exploring ways, working with, local partnerships, working with ag, all those things. We're trying to do everything we can to, find ways to increase revenue on the regulated side of our business.
My last question, Mr. Martin, it's more housekeeping than anything. And I'm going to refer you back to PUC Exhibit 4, and without waiving our previous objection to it, I think if I remember correctly, you were asked a question about why regulated profits drop below zero or something to that effect, and you couldn't answer it. Is there another witness who could potentially answer it?
Yeah, I think finance and Ms. Kishimoto would be best to answer that question.
No further questions.
Recross?
Just a couple of questions on recross.
Sure.
Mr. Martin, I believe you were asked by the commission about developing a bench, getting a wider labor pool. Do you think that's possible?
I do.
How would you do it?
You'd work with your local representatives and leadership at the LW. You'd find some creative ways to get things. They obviously have had a casual workforce for, my guess is decades. So you can kind of learn from them, and it'd be hard. It'd be hard sledding negotiations there, but we do have an agreement that we need a bench. It's how do we implement that and get there without driving up costs, right? We want to be able to, if you increase workforce and make these coverages, you want to be able to manage costs and lower costs, right? So I think there is partnership, but it would require more collaboration and working with those guys to get it done. But I think it's doable.
You just talked about managing costs. Do you have some ideas about some of the ways that developing a bench could lower some costs and some of the costs on the other side that it would add?
Could you clarify? I don't know if I understand your question correctly.
If you could develop a bench of casual workers, what would be some costs it would add?
Just additional headcount, right? You'd have to pay for those bodies, but you'd hope to gain some efficiency. So you could push people up in different roles. So where, you obviously you couldn't have a casual person that was a certified clerical person that knew the tariff and our operating system and all the things that go with that. But you could bring them in at the labor pool, have them do that function and push people up so they could do the more skilled workforce. So the trade-off would really be going to incur more costs by having more people, right, to supplement the shortage of workforce. But if you gain efficiencies by doing so, then it's a win-win. If you don't gain efficiencies and you just added costs, and it's not a win.
Just to be clear, the efficiencies you're talking about, could those lower some other costs?
There's potential for that. We'd have to, analyze it and see, where those headcounts make the most sense, where the efficiencies would come from.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Any further questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
We'll move. Yeah. Let's take a 10-minute break. Mr. Nakagawa, you are next. Ready to go, folks? All right, back from recess. And next we have Mr. Chris Nakagawa. Mr. Nakagawa, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Gusa?
Son. We'll rest on our written direct testimony and waive our 5-minute.
Mr. Knox?
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Nakagawa.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Would you please look at your rebuttal testimony at page 2? I just want to read part of your question and part of your answer. Starting on line 4, I think the call of your question is, please explain what breaking the cycle means from YB's perspective. And you answer, YB's goal in breaking the cycle is to reach a point at which it is able to continue to provide safe, reliable, and efficient inter-island freight handling services while remaining financially sustainable and without needing to seek rate increases from the Commission on an emergency basis. The goal cannot be for YB to completely refrain from seeking rate increases. At the end of that sentence, you have a footnote 1 that cites to order number 41777. And you have quotes that do emphasize from that order the procedural stress of emergency requests. But are you suggesting that the emergency request aspect of recent rate requests is dispositive of breaking the cycle? Is the emergency request aspect the only issue?
Could you please rephrase the question? Are you stating that question is whether or not the emergency aspect is breaking the cycle from my perspective?
Yeah, the call of your question is, please explain what breaking the cycle means from YB's perspective. And I'm trying to understand, is the emergency request part of recent rate increase requests? Is that emergency request part the main problem? And if you do not have emergency requests, have you broken the cycle?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, compound.
I can try to rephrase.
Please, Mr. Knox.
Okay. Are the emergency aspect of recent rate increase requests the only problem?
I'm sorry, Counsel. I still don't understand the question.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let's start a couple steps back. In your own words right here, what is breaking the cycle? What does that phrase mean from YB's perspective?
Yeah, it's and I stated this in my testimony, rebuttal testimony, but in my own words is mainly to, for the customer's sake. We understand the concern that there's, large rate increases. And no one likes large rate increases. And, for us, I think even for emergency rate increases, this is not like something that I think the company doesn't want to do all the time. But if we're in financial distresses, that's what we need to do to protect the company. But for breaking the cycle, I think, one aspect of it is to do matters that are, and it's consistent to what's in the business plan, to do matters that actually help to break the cycle, so that we don't have to come in for large rate increases as well as emergency rate increases. So one part of it, I think, as you may, in my rebuttal, is if we can get a mechanism in place like the WICI, the Water Inflationary Cost Index, that was recommended by the SR 125 working group. That is one aspect, in our opinion, that would actually break the cycle.
Would the WICI alone obviate the need for rate increase, like rate cases?
No, as I mentioned, it would be a part of it. It takes multiple factors to break the cycle. And that's a huge step. I mean, I think that's progress. And I think that's something that we felt, and I think you had a copy of the final report. I think that's something that the working group themselves felt that was something that would, in my opinion, break the cycle.
If you were, if YB was granted a wiki and YB still came in for large general rate increase requests on top of that wiki, year after year, back-to-back rate cases, but none of them were on an emergency basis, would you think that the cycle has been broken? Or do you think that YB might still be in a cycle of financial crisis?
Guess the way I would answer the question is, yeah, if all what you said amounts to what I said in my rebuttal testimony, that the utility is financially stable and able to provide safe, reliable services to our community and customers, I would say yes, it would be a success in breaking the cycle. And I think it's important, in my opinion, to have these mechanisms so that it's a cadence approach, so that the rate cases are in place. And it's actually stated in the report again that you should have a cadence of coming for rate cases, and hopefully these rate cases will be less a less amount, and so it will be staggered in a way so that it'll be much more manageable and predictable for customers.
Yeah, I would want to just follow up on that about the hope that the increases would be more manageable. When the emergency rate increase in Docket 2019-0117, correct me if I'm wrong, but Young Brothers asked for a 46% rate increase. Is that right?
I mean, to clarify, I believe that the initial request was much lower, but yes, when the COVID pandemic hit and the volumes plummeted, yeah, we had to revise. Of course, I think you're aware, your office is aware that we had to revise that amounts to basically commensurate with as to what we needed as a emergency or temporary rate increase back in 2019-0117. So that's, yes, you're right. We got the ERI in August of 2020.
In the worst case, if these general rate increases on top of a wiki were going at a steady cadence, but they were coming in asking for 46% increases after 46% increases, would YB have broken the cycle, or would YB still be in the cycle?
I'm sorry, Council. I could you rephrase the question? I really don't understand the question. I apologize.
Oh, sure, I'll try. Does the size of general rate increases matter?
Objection, vacant. Sorry to cut you off. I thought you were done.
No, I was going to put on a clause and it might be not vague or not ambiguous. Does the size of repeated general rate increases matter for whether YB has broken the cycle or is still in the cycle? If you had very large increases at a steady cadence, do you think YB would still be in the cycle, or would it have broken the cycle from your perspective?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Oh. 46%. If you had rate cases coming in one after another at a steady cadence, but each of them were asking for 46% increases one after another, do you think that YB would have broken the cycle and gotten out of the cycle?
I'll refer back to, I think you read my testimony. Breaking the cycle is really, I think everyone in this room would like us to be healthy and sustainable and financially stable. That, to me, that's breaking the cycle. Whether or not how we get there is, yeah,
it really depends on, I guess, the economy itself, but I think it's a confluence of many factors. And my opinion is we get to a point where we're stable. And so we have the financial wherewithal so that at least the capital market will have some confidence in us. And so we can get, people to invest and help us to actually support our community by investing into assets that are safe and reliable and, provides the necessary services to the different island communities. I'm sorry, I hope I answered your question.
It does. Thank you. And thank you for pointing out the aspect of confidence in the capital markets. In contrast, however, do you think that there might be some breaking points among your customers if the rates go too high?
Objection vague.
Sure. If after multiple general rate increases on top of a wiki, let's say rates doubled, do you think that could potentially be a breaking point for many of your customers?
Objection, breaking point, vague and ambiguous.
Okay, if your rates, for example, doubled after 3 rate cases on top of a 4.52% wiki, over the course of 4 years, do you think that that might cause 25% of your customers, or 25% of your customers by cargo volume, to stop shipping entirely with Young Brothers or entirely?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll move on. Okay. Starting on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, you talk about the wiki. Is that accurate?
I see it, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And you mentioned the Senate Resolution 125 that convened the Water Carrier Working Group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Do you think that as a recommendation from the Water Carrier Working Group, the wiki is any way binding on the PUC?
I don't believe that it's binding on the commission. But I do feel like it is a data point, or at least and it's helpful because I believe the commission was leading this effort as SR 125, and I applaud them for doing that. I thought they did a really good job at it. I think the consumer advocate was also participating in this too. So there was a lot of stakeholders involved in this process across the board, from the, I think the leaders of the legislature and the county mayor's office, as well as customers, the Department of Ag to represent the ag industry. There's a confluence, or there's a number of stakeholders that weighed in into this report. And that's, in my opinion, I think it's a lot of weight. We spent a lot of time every month in meeting with each other and actually going through a lot of brainstorming. Something like, what's happening today, right? There's a lot of ideas are coming up, but I think a lot of it was helpful because I think everybody wanted to reach the same goal, to making sure that the water carrier is financially stable, not just in that moment during the COVID period, but in the near future and for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm. But here in this quasi-judicial process, does YB still have its full burden of proof to get approval for the wiki?
I believe we do have a burden of proof for this application. That's correct.
It doesn't have some sort of presumption of approval here.
I don't believe there's a presumption, but I think this is evidence that we feel that is compelling for the commission to consider, and we haven't heard any rebuttal on it at all in terms of any evidence to the contrary.
Yesterday, Dr. Vladson testified that approval of a wiki would have no impact on YB's systemic risk. Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure I'm an expert in terms of cost of capital risk. I'm not sure if you want me to opine from that perspective
You
as
can
a cost of capital
from
witness.
whatever perspective you feel competent in.
Could you repeat the question again? I guess.
Dr. Vladson testified yesterday that approval of a wiki, in her opinion, from the cost of capital respect, would have no impact on YB's systemic risk. From your perspective and in the areas that you feel competent in, do you feel that approval of a wiki would have any impact on YB's risk profile?
I think it would help. I mean, in terms of, but again, I'm not an expert in that area, but yes, I mean, I think having wiki would mitigate risk in many areas in our opinion. It actually would, I think, yes, help us in turning to in a financial place that is healthy.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Ms. Verbrugge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Nakagawa.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to direct your attention to your direct testimony, YB-203, filed on October 15, 2024, at page 2. Do you please let me know when you're at page 2 on YB-203?
Pardon me for the delay.
Please take your time.
Okay, referring to YB 203, page 1 of 2? Or page,
Page 2 of 2.
page 2 of 2?
Yes, but that's a correct exhibit. Do you have it in front of you, Mr. Nakagawa?
Yes, I do. I'm going to put my glasses on.
Oh, of course.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Sure. So this document, the title on top states 5-year strategic business plan, 2022 to 2026. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. I'd like you to, on the right side of the page, looks like there's a table and the title of the table is Progress Update April 2024. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then kindly look below to the second to last entry that starts with labor cost containment. Do you see that?
I see it.
Okay. And I'm going to read this part out loud. It says penalty labor hours, cost reduced by cargo kaholo while increasing car row volume by 13%. So this is, could you explain what penalty labor hours and costs reduced by cargo kaholo means?
Yeah, sure. I could explain it. Witness before Mr. Martin could probably explain it better than I could, but I'll give it my shot as to explain to you how I feel or how I understand it from a layman's perspective. But as Mr. Martin indicated, it's really to be more efficient with the cargo kaholo, as I think he testified. By utilizing cargo kaholo, it became much more efficient operations for our services. So we were able to relocate a lot of the vehicles off of our flat deck barges and get it over to the cargo kaholo. And so it's a much more efficient process, and it would actually reduce the labor hours at each of the ports. And so it's part and parcel, I think, referring to the labor cost containment. It was initially called labor cost containment, but I think he mentioned that right now it's called labor LMC, lead, manage, and contain. And it's very related to each other.
Okay, so what are penalty labor? hours?
I believe that's what was this discussed previously regarding the 7.5 hour straight time, and then it went up for double time, triple time. Those are penalty hours.
Okay, anything above the regular 7.5 during the weekday, correct?
That's my understanding, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. But it's yeah, I'm probably not the best witness to actually explain that in further detail, but that's generally speaking in layman's terms, yes.
So who is the best person to explain that?
It's probably Mr. Martin, but who was already called.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then I have to direct your attention to your IR response.
Sure.
In response to PUC IR 20B.
So what was the name?
Sure, 20B as in boy.
Are you on page 2 of 5?
I'm going to start at page 1 of 5 for the
Okay.
question, and then we'll.
Sure. I'm there. Thank you.
The question here in subsection B asks, if the commission were to continue to allow gratis in-kind shipping, does YB believe that these discounts should be included in tariff 5A? Why or why not? And then let's move to page 2 of 5, and I'm going to read aloud the response. I'm going to start with the bottom, the last line. You say, in other words, these shipments are not charged to ratepayers, are instead recorded below the line. You see that?
I do.
And then you also say, accordingly, including gratis shipment discounts in tariff 5A is not necessary and will likely be inappropriate when the costs or discounts associated with such shipments are already adjusted out of YB's revenue requirement calculations. You see that? On page 3.
Are you on page 2 of 5?
Yes, sorry. So let's go back to, you know how the bottom of page 2 says, in other words, these shipments are not charged? Do you still in subsection B?
Oh, where it's cut off?
Yes, you
Got
have
it.
to go to the
Okay.
next page.
I see it.
Yeah, so it states, please read silently along with me so I know that you're following along. In other words, these shipments are not charged to, and we go to page 3, ratepayers are instead recorded below the line. What do you mean by below the line?
Again, it's a rate making principle that the way I understand it is below the line means that it's and I might be the wrong witness, but I think Mike Starkey can probably explain it much better than I can as an expert. But from my perspective, as what I was taught is from a rate making perspective, below the line means that that it would not be subject to regulated revenues, so it would not be incorporated into rates. And so ratepayers will not be impacted. Regulated ratepayers will not be impacted by any of these transactions. That's why it's called RMA, a rate making adjustment. It's similar to, like, for example, other things that are adjusted out, such as marketing, etc., and advertising. It's not actually recovered.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm still on that page 3 of 5.
Okay.
But I'm still in the paragraph, but I'm looking at the last line of that paragraph that starts with if gratis in-kind discounts. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to read it loud. You say if gratis in-kind discounts are included in tariff 5A, YB understands that regulated revenues would be needed to subsidize these as if they were a discount, similar to the tariff 5A agricultural, and volume discounts. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Yes, again, as I mentioned, the right now, I think it's in the record that there's a lot of services that are subsidized internally. One is the agricultural discounts. Another one is, I think was mentioned, the LCL services are being currently subsidized by other ratepayers. And so these discounts is my understanding, and it predates before I joined YB, but my understanding, it was a matter of policy that they instituted this internal subsidies that are basically paid by other ratepayers. It's not external subsidies, it's internal subsidies.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of slow today. So internal subsidies are the ones being borne by the ratepayers?
Correct.
Okay.
So in other words, we mentioned about the agricultural discounts, that those discounts are currently paid by other ratepayers. The loss of those revenues are paid
Okay.
by other, and so that's the statement here is if we put it in as into the tariff, then it inherently that's a regulated service. I mean, it's not like, as I mentioned before, it was below the line, so it was not funded by regulated revenues.
Okay, I think I understand.
Yes.
I'm going to recap it for you and you could tell me if I correctly understood you. So if you were to put in these gratis or in-kind discounts into the tariff 5A, the cost of these discounts would be borne by the ratepayers. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And you're saying currently, the gratis in-kind discounts are not being borne by the ratepayers, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I do want to stay on this IR, but before, do you mind if I forgot to ask you one quick question? The prior exhibit, the DT
Sure.
203, can you
Can you
open
give me
that up?
some time to?
Oh, of course, take your time. It's
Thank
the exact same table that we're looking at.
Okay, I'm at YB 203, page 2 of 2, and looking at the table again, progress update April 2024.
Yes, the YB 203 at page 2. So we talked about this table, and it looks like there's a whole list of tasks or initiatives here. And I was just wondering, who is responsible to implement aspects of this plan? Including, are you responsible for implementing any of these aspects of this plan?
It's the entire team, but I would say, it's me. I am actually the lead for strategic initiatives as well as regulatory affairs. And so, yes, I mean, it would be me, but it's if you want to point someone that should be accountable for it, it's me.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I needed to know. And then let's kindly go back to the prior IR. It's YB response to PC YB 20. I'm still at page 3. Oh, and sorry, you don't have to look at that DT again. So since you're the person responsible for implementation of those implementation of those tasks in that table we just discussed in YB 203 at 2, if something hasn't been achieved, then is it fair to say that you are responsible for that too?
Yes, I would say so. But could I just provide some
Of
context?
course.
Yes. I mean, I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that this is a 5-year strategic business plan. And I think it was mentioned previously that, the business plan is intended to be as a roadmap and a guide. And, we try to achieve, I think my team is, and I'll say my team puts the entire team, which includes the other divisions like the finance and as well as the operations. We work really good together and we actually try to achieve what we plan to do as part of the roadmap. But there's things that are unforeseen that we just can't achieve. And but ultimately, you're right. I mean, it's if you want to put someone to be responsible, I'm totally it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll go back, we'll stay on YB response to PC, YB IR 20.
Okay.
Still at page 3 of 5. Are you there yet?
So we're back to the gratis
Yes.
IR. Okay.
But I'd like to direct your attention to the following subsection C.
Okay. Got you.
So in this subsection C, I'm going to start reading the last line in that paragraph that starts as a guideline. Do you see that?
I see.
Okay. So I'm going to read it out loud.
Okay.
As a guideline, Young Brothers provides gratis shipping community benefits to nonprofit organizations with a focus on children, education, health, human services, environmental stewardship, and agriculture. Do you see that?
I do.
Would you please explain in more detail how YB selects who receives a gratis shipping discount? And let me kind of provide you with some examples so we won't be vague. Like, for example, does YB rotate? Such as 1 year you provide Goodwill gratis shipping, and then another year, instead of providing Goodwill because it already got the gratis shipping, you decide to give it to Big Brothers, Big Sisters, or how do you do that? How do you decide which one to check, which one to pick?
Well, if based on your example, it's not necessarily that it'll be one organization every year. So for example, I think you mentioned like Goodwill or some other organization. It's really we're agnostic as to the organization that is seeking to some help in gratis shipments. And there's a process. One is they have to be a nonprofit 501c3, and then they have this guidelines. So it's really delegated to I have a department that's marketing communications and includes community relations. And they go through a rigorous process. I think Mr. Martin kind of explained that, where they actually go through a process that actually vets the entity to making sure that they're really for real. I don't know if it's the right terminology, but I guess in making sure that they're a duly nonprofit organization, and then they actually talk to them and ask some questions as to what is it for, what is its purpose, and these are just guidelines, and then they actually make a determination whether or not this entity should get help to ship these items to different islands. Because a lot of times, I mean, just to make it clear, these are not customers that we expect them to come back and be with us and recurring, because most of these things, like an example would be like, for example, you mentioned some organization like Goodwill. If they had like a vehicle like to transport disabled students or adults that in Hilo that they wanted to ship with us. Those are perfect examples of how we're trying to help the community in terms of helping them out. Because ultimately, for example, the cola, it has to sail. It's going to sail whether it has 200 or 500 vehicles. And so these are little things that we're trying to do the best we can to actually making sure that we keep the communities and the different islands connected.
Okay, actually that example is very helpful. So if you have, like if you have something that looks like a worthy cause, like shipping vehicles for disabled folks, but at the same time, let's say that's urgent and there's something else equally urgent, like providing local agricultural products to feed impoverished communities. Like, do you know how you folks decide which one to do first?
Yeah, it's we had those incidents just recently with, for example, the Maui wildfires, and I give my team a lot of credit because of those situations. No one expected it, and everyone needed our services to actually help the Maui community as soon as possible. And I think Mr. Martin mentioned it is, everyone's asking us, right, for help. And, we're doing our best we can, but at some point we have to prioritize. And so there's a process that we go through, and we of course, it's really the first responders are the ones that we try to help as quickly as possible. And there's a lot of nonprofits that are asking for our help, and those are the ones that, of course, we're going to put a priority. If it's Red Cross, even state agencies such as HIEMA, et cetera, we're going to put a priority. But the nonprofits, the food banks, it's at that point in time, you have to make a quick decision, right? And these are things that whatever we can do to help rectify the situation, whichever island is getting impacted, whether it's by a storm or a fire or a tsunami. These are things that I think, that's why YB's here sometimes is really, we're kind of like first responders for each of the island communities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nakagawa. Let's move on to page 4 of 5. We're still at the same IR response. I'm looking at subsection D now. Are you there?
Referring to subsection D?
Yes.
Okay, I'm there.
Yes. Okay, and this question, I think, is relating to one employee benefit, which is providing gratis shipping or discounted shipment.
Yes.
And so I'm just going to look, I'm going to start reading at the second line, which starts at however at a basic level. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so I'm going to read it aloud. Please read along silently with me. However, at a basic level, YB understands that any employee discounts for electric service would presumably be applied on an ongoing and consistent basis, as compared to YB's allowance for discounted shipment of personal effects as part of its employee benefits program. As described in the motion for reconsideration, which would presumably be, by contrast, periodic, not ongoing or recurring, and subject to certain limitations, parameters as discussed below. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so I do have a question about what do you mean on a periodic basis?
Yeah, I think Mr. Martin also had alluded to this. It's unlike, as I mentioned here, unlike the other utility companies where there's a service that's recurring, such as keeping the lights on, keeping the telephones going, etc. The services that YB provides is not a recurring service. I think you need to be a particular we don't see like a particular employee shipping something every day for 365 days. That's, to me, that's not a recurring basis. It's periodically. Like for myself, I've been there for 5 years. I have never used this service at all, and I think it happens to many of them. It's very sporadic for many of us, and it's not on a recurring basis.
Okay, thank you. That actually relates to my second question. I'm still on that same page,
Okay.
but I'm looking at number 2, which starts, it is expressly limited. Do you see that? It starts.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to start kind of providing the context. So you state YB justifies continuing to offer shipping discounts to its employees because, and I'm going to skip to number 2. It is expressly limited to the shipment of employee personal effects on a periodic basis within reasonable limits as to the amount of shipments and on a space available basis. So I'd like to take those apart. We already talked about the periodic basis. We state reasonable limits as to amounts. Wait, pardon me. You know what? I'll go chronologically. Personal effects. Could you please define personal effects?
If I could steal an example Mr. Martin just testified to, I think you might recall that he indicated that an employee sometimes, if I recall his testimony, that they might labor loan from Molokai to Honolulu. They come over and then as you know, they don't have Costco's or the big box stores here. And they on their way back home, they might have wanted to like pick up a case of water because it's much cheaper in Costco versus probably at another store, and they would put it on as an employee shipment. So that's what I would consider personal effects. Does that help you clarify?
Yes, that helps. And if you could think of a couple more examples, I'd appreciate it. Like, would that include a car?
Yes, it would. But I think Mr. Martin mentioned it too, right? It's each manager has the obligation to monitor and enforce it. It can't be outrageous. I think he provided example of a person's 40-foot, 50-foot boat that moving between islands. That's not appropriate, I think. Right.
Okay, so and pardon me if this is already stated in your testimony, but can an employee use these gratis shipping benefits to help a relative ship something?
My understanding is the answer is no. I mean, but of course, I mean, if I believe I have to look at the guidelines in my I actually don't know, but my hunch is there are some parameters as I mentioned in the response.
Okay, well, let's talk about that then. Because you talk about reasonable limits, right? Reasonable limits. So other than what we've briefly discussed right now, are there any other reasonable limits that you can describe to me right now that apply?
Yeah, I think, I mean, just based upon the example I told you, there's a whole gamut of, it's not a black and white area where the manager that approves it would have to make a judgment decision as to what's reasonable. And if there's any, as Mr. Martin indicated, if there's any question, then they would raise it up to upper level leadership team members if necessary. But I think you can see the bookends, like using employee shipment 365 days of the year is quite excessive. But if it's sporadic and if you needed to ship I don't know, like a dresser drawers to your grandma in Hilo, I think that's acceptable, right? If you're gonna ship it under your own name.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So do you know, like, say, one employee, let's call her Jane, tries to ship her personal effects once a month. And then you have another employee like you, Chris Nakagawa, that never uses in 5 years. Is there some measure in place to make it fair so that Jane doesn't use it so much that it might prevent other employees from availing themselves of this benefit?
We do have a report that gets routed. I believe I'm not the right person to actually. I'm not sure if I think it's finance that actually, or there's one of I don't. I guess I'll say I don't know who it is that actually generates it, but we do get a report that's routed monthly to basically understand what gets shipped under employment shipment. So there is a monitoring situation where we are able to see and actually be on the lookout as to if there's any abuse.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you to turn to your response to PUC YBIR 10. So please let me know when you're at IR response.
Sorry for the delay.
Oh, no, please take your time. So it's your response to PUCYB IR 10.
Okay, I'm there. First page?
Yes, please. I'm going to start with a question in subsection A,
Sure.
and I will read it aloud. How much total potential revenue has YB foregone with either discounts or gratis shipping provided to various organizations, including any discounts established in Tariff 5A and any discounts and gratis shipping that may not be explicitly covered in Tariff 5A, as separated by type of discount and gratis shipping on a per year basis since 2020 and an estimate for 2025? Do you see that?
That's the middle of the page, subsection A.
Yeah, that's just the question that I read
Yes,
aloud.
I
Do you see
see
that?
that. Correct.
Okay, and then I'd like you to turn to, there's a paragraph, hold on. There's a subpart 3. This answer is separated into paragraph. So A is separated into paragraphs number 1, number 2, and number 3. And the number 3 paragraph starts with volume container discounts.
Are you referring to volume container discounts under tariff page number 62 as summarized?
Yes, yes, and right above that is a table. And says Young Brothers LLC, revenue foregone from agriculture discounts, tariff 5A, item number DA, tariff page number 61. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, so looking at 2025, it looks like the total potential revenue YB has foregone due to IPD discounts is 2.518977. Is that correct?
$2,518,977.
For 2025 F.
I see that. Yes.
You see that? So because due to this IPD discount, does YB need other sources of revenue to offset this foregone revenue?
I guess the answer is, I think I mentioned previously for you that this is the example where agricultural discounts are being subsidized by other customers. And so currently right now, other customers are paying for these discounts. From a policy perspective, and I think this is recognized, or at least this is also stated in the SR 125 Hawaii Water Working Group recommendation, is that they recognize this was a issue too, to try to break the cycle, so to speak, and to actually, as a policy, getting more external fundings to actually subsidize these types of discounts. Because actually, as a matter of policy, I think they felt that it was best that it came from the external sources rather than being paid by ratepayers.
Okay. And then I just want to just ask you generally, not on this IR response, but earlier I talked to Mr. Martin about the press release YB issued yesterday.
Yes.
And then the point that I asked him about was the line that says from YB, the less than container load service line operates at an estimated 25 million annual shortfall. The Hilo route runs at a 7 million loss, and the Molokai and Lanai routes run at a 7 million loss. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does. And then it's really, that's the same issue that I just talked about, is those routes as well as those services are being subsidized by other customers. That's the internal subsidies that I've been talking about. That's a really, and you can go more into detail. I think you're gonna also hear from Mr. Starkey, who is a rate design expert that has addressed this as part of the rate design efforts. But these are the internal subsidies that are creating, or at least it's been a long time where these services are being subsidized as well as they're non-compensatory.
Yes, I've seen Mr. Starkey's testimony. Thank you. So YB is asking for an increase in LCL charges, correct?
As part of rate design, yes, there is, I think the commission has approved a cost of, I need to say, I mean, you did approve a cost of service study that Mr. Starkey was involved with. And as part of that cost of service study, it is to actually have the cost causer pay for their fair share of their services. And so it's moving as part of rate design to have the LCL services pay more of the cost of what we do to provide that service to them, rather than being subsidized by other customers.
So YB's request to increase LCL charges, but do you know what percentage you folks want to increase the LCL charges?
Again, I'm probably the wrong witness because I think Mr. Starkey probably has this in his head and it pretty much in detail, but it varies from ports, I think, and also by so I can't answer the question exactly, so I apologize. But it is intended, the rate design is intended to move the pricing so that it's whoever is I guess you could say accountable, or at least who's causing that the service or the cost of providing that service pays their fair share.
Yes. Okay. Well, I think that concludes my question right now for you, Mr. Nakagawa, and I'll
Thank
turn
you.
it over to the commissioners.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Verbrugge. Commissioners? Yes, Mr. Commissioner Yos.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nakagawa.
Good afternoon, Commission.
Let me start with referring you to your tariff sheet 5A, page 61, relating to agricultural product discounts. Can you find that?
Is that the PUC exhibits 1 through 3?
You can look at that one if you want. The same thing as what's in my binder for YB is YB local tariff number 5A, 6th revised. So it's the one that's effective July 1st, 2025. Sorry.
Oh, he has one.
Do you have a
Yeah, I'm
copy?
trying to be prepared, so I brought up your exhibit PUC 3, which is I believe it's the same document. It's local freight tariff number 5A, 6 revised page number 61.
Yes, it's the same.
Okay,
Same document.
okay.
So looking at the top of this document, right underneath where it says Island Agricultural Product Discount, can you see that section?
Yes, the all caps and bold letters.
Yeah, and it appears to say underneath in smaller print that it is referencing Hawaii Administrative Rule, Title 19, Subtitle 3, Chapter 41, Harbors Division.
I see
And
that.
saying that for shipment within this definition, the definition that's referenced there, there's going to be a discount rate at the time of invoicing. Am I paraphrasing that correctly?
I see that statement, correct.
Okay.
It reads as
And
a
then
statement.
later down the same page, you have a definition of island agricultural products underneath the title notes.
I see that.
And it's not exactly the same as the DOT definition. You're aware of that? There are some differences?
Yes, I think we refer that to our response to PUC YB IR 21.
Right.
We actually recognize that there are slight differences, but it's pretty similar in
So-
nature.
And in that response that you gave to that IR, you agreed that your intent is to try to track the DOT definition, correct? Like YB doesn't have any inherent problem with the DOT definition.
Yes, that's correct for a number of reasons. That's correct.
Okay. So you've heard the other testimony relating to the ambiguities and questions regarding what certain words or phrases mean in that definition? You recall that testimony earlier?
I do.
Do you agree that it would make sense to clean that up and clarify ambiguity in that definition so the public is aware under the filed rate doctrine of when a discount is applicable and when it is not?
You know, so long as, to answer your question, I mean, to me is if I agree that clarity and improvement is a good thing and for customers, and so to making sure that everyone's on the same page. But I think just so that we are on the same page, I think it's important that the definition really mirrors, or at least is in line with the Department of Transportation Harbors definition, for the reason that I think you're aware that we do that they do charge wharfage, and it should track. It's just an administrative burden for I think them and as well as our employees if we have to track a different definition other than the DOT's harbors definition. And that's I think the point we're trying to make during our response here in PUCR 120. I'm sorry, 21.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know about what percentage of LCL is agricultural goods as opposed to non-agricultural goods?
Sorry, maybe Mr. Starkey would probably be the best witness to.
Mr. Starkey?
Yes. I don't
Okay.
want to guess for you. Yeah. And then could I also, I mean, just elaborate further on the definition? I'm not sure if the commission is aware, but you know, if this is one I think I mentioned to Mr. Verbugi. I'm sorry. But you know, I think I mentioned that the SR 125 working group was one of the recommendations was to create external subsidies to help in subsidizing the agricultural discounts. And you know, our team, the government affairs team, has been working the past 3-4 months side by side with the Department of Agriculture, primarily the Department of Transportation, through Dexter Kishida, who used to be a deputy director at Department of Agriculture. And this issue has come up in terms of defining what should be qualified as ag products. And so they're proposing legislation, my understanding is this coming session, to actually address this. And we've been working with the Farm Bureau, the Livestock Council. They're aware of this coming up. And just so you're aware, I mean, I think just making sure that we do agree that there is potentially some improvements as to how do we define it and how do we enforce it. Because that's an issue that we were bringing up too, is I think you had some dialogue with some of the prior witnesses, like how do you know, if it's, I think the spinach was one issue, right? My understanding is it can be processed, and it's difficult because a lot of times you don't know if the spinach is coming from the mainland or it is coming in through a local farm. Kind of like you said, right? The blueberries and the strawberries. I mean, the way our staff has been interpreting it is it's raw and unprocessed. Those are the two words that we look at, is raw and unprocessed. And that's once it starts to get packaged, that's where they start to try to making sure that people do not take advantage of it. And it's clear for them. It's hard, but I think we're trying to do our best because we don't want other people to evade the process and get the discount when they shouldn't be getting the discount. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm just trying to clarify for you, but I think that's those are some of the issues that over the past couple of months we've been working with DOT on this to hopefully get this clarified this coming session.
Okay. But you also understand the broad purpose to try to promote local food production and the, supported or subsidized, in this case, transfer of that food between islands because, the islands don't have enough of their own agriculture. That's a general state policy.
Yes, and we're aligned. And as Mr. Martin mentioned, we're all in, and we really are hoping and we're praying that we can help the agricultural communities throughout the state. But the biggest issue, as the working group has raised, is a subsidy issue. It cannot be subsidized by our ratepayers. It should be an external subsidy. And that's what I think, it's to break the cycle. I think this, Mr. Knox mentioned, I mean, that's part of it is really that's one part of it is to get external subsidies to help subsidize these types of services that need help. In our opinion, it shouldn't be subsidized or paid for by other ratepayers.
Okay, so elsewhere in your documents, you mentioned that the cost of that agricultural subsidy is something around $2.5 million the last couple of years. Is that?
Yeah, I trust, I mean, I think Mr. Starkey can probably give you more updates on it, but I think that was a discussion I just had with council, PUC council on the 2.5 million
So
exhibit.
does that mean that if you were to charge an additional 2.5 million to that same ag product that you would then be breaking even for the shipment of those agricultural products? Is that what that subsidy number means? Do you know what that calculation represents?
I'm sorry, I can't really calculate on top of my head as to how it would represent, but I mean, the way I look at it is it would actually reduce the overall, I mean, at least other ratepayers are not paying for it, right? And that's the way I look at it. To explain it to the public or to explain it to people is people need to understand that it's not the state or any other external sources of funding that's actually help subsidizing this discount. It's really other ratepayers are subsidizing it.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the general scale of the issue, right?
Yeah.
You've said publicly, or YB has said publicly,
Right.
that LCL is losing $25 million a year.
Right.
Separately, you say that agricultural subsidies are costing about $2.5 million.
Yes.
So am I making an apples to apples comparison between those calculations? So that it's non-agricultural LCL that's costing about 22 million and ag is only 2.5 million? I mean, that's what I want to understand. And who's going to be able to answer that question? Mr. Starkey?
I would prefer Mr. Starkey answer that question.
Okay.
Because I don't want to misguide you on that.
All right.
That question.
Earlier, it was said that some of the sales and marketing
Yes.
activity in the company is now under your supervision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain what it is exactly that you are managing in that area?
Yes. As you may be aware, I joined the company in 2020, and it was actually right after COVID happened. So I've gone through the process where I actually went through. I was part of the 2020 or 2019 0117 rate case, but not fully. But I think one of the things we were required to do as part of the management audit is to do a customer service strategy. And we did one, and I believe that it was also incorporated as part of the SR 125 working group report. It was incorporated, or at least it was referred to it. And I think the commission has been updated for some of that, but a lot of it was, we took the recommendations to heart in terms of having a unit that, first of all, focuses on customer engagement, customer awareness, this education, making sure, because that was something that back then I think we needed to improve on. And so what we did back then, there was no marketing and communications department, so to speak, and there was. I think you heard from Mr. Kiyotoki. I mean, he was basically running the sales department, but there was no really functions in terms of actually focusing on marketing and communications. So we created this marketing and communications department to address a lot of the commission's recommendations or guidance, and then also consistent with the customer service strategy to actually have a unit that actually, in conjunction, improves communications to customers as well as markets too at the same time. But it's difficult when you have one person doing that. We added one more person to actually the team. I think you asked Mr. Kiyotoki about resources. Yeah, I would love to have a lot more resources to focus our efforts on marketing. I mean, that would be my dream to actually, but we recognize that we're in financial distress. And so we had to really understand or at least cost contain to making sure that what we do what we can with what we have before us with our team. So the focal point at that point in time was really to focus on improving communications to customers and providing good customer service. And that's, I think to me, it's reflected on the CSAT scores that we produced to the commission. I think, back then we were at a CSAT score of 80, and then we improved it to like 87, 88. I just looked at it today. It's about 87 right now. So I think we're still good. I mean, we're still doing well, but there's always room for improvement from the customer service perspective. But that's been our focal point. And but under this, we talked about it. I think some of the points they made are good points that we need to also focus on our marketing efforts to actually making sure that not just on the regulated side of the business, but also on the unregulated side of the business in particular. I think Mr. Martin mentioned about the aggregate. That's been a focal point of us. We're doing as much as we can, turning all the stones over to figure out how do we increase our revenues on both sides, regulated and unregulated.
But you haven't done a market study.
Again, I mean, you're correct. I mean, we did a market study for this branding only, but it takes a lot of money, and we decided that from a cost containment perspective, it's something that we probably. You're right. We haven't done one.
And how do you know who your competitors are if you don't do a market study? How do you know who? Actually, I'll just start with that one, and then we'll go on to the next part of that
Yes.
question. How do you know?
A lot of it is through our team, and we have a small team, as you know, and it's all of us, right? Operations, finance, and myself and our teams. We're out there to try to talk to customers and understand what's going on. I think Mr. Martin made some statement about that, and we are doing what we can to actually understand what's out there, what's not out there, what's happening with the business, etc. And that's a lot of it is relationships and as well as connecting with customers to understand.
But that relationship building and the communications that you're talking about, none of that actually went into the business plan process in any kind of deliberate way, correct?
In terms of the communications of.
We heard earlier testimony from Ms. Chu that there was no planned or deliberate outreach to customers to seek information from customers to inform the business plan process. That's what we heard. Would you agree with that testimony?
Yes, I do. Because my understanding from a business plan perspective, it's like a roadmap, a high level roadmap in terms of, and I think she mentioned that she did provide receive input from a lot of the leadership team members, including myself, as to whether. And so I don't know if your question is whether in developing the business plan it was collaborative and actually provided. We got input from the leadership team. That's correct. We did.
But no, there wasn't a deliberate effort to come up with a customer outreach effort, initiative or program or effort in order to inform the business plan. It was just whatever communications you may have been receiving through your normal course of business.
Yeah, because I think Mr. Alvarez kind of alluded to it. It's premature at this point in time because it's difficult for us to actually, in my opinion, go out there and just say, what we want to do until we can actually, even for you, I think we need to be able to provide more specific analysis as to supporting some of the initiatives that are reflected in the business plan. And for us to actually do getting feedback, I think I'll be upset if it's not primed or ripe for feedback. And
okay,
that's my opinion. I mean, that's the way I would look at it if I was a customer. But it's not to say that just so you're aware, I mean, it's not like we're in a vacuum. It's like when we're doing our engagement meetings with customers, a lot of these issues come up. You know, I mean, I think they're the ones that are recommending to us. For example, like Wiki, like, you know, why don't you just get Wiki adopted, right? It makes more sense. It's more predictable for us to have a Wiki in place. So at least we can plan. We can plan for our own customers that we'll get up to like 5%, you know, rate increase, you know, next year. And so that's, you know, these are things that feedback we're getting from customers themselves. Same as, you know, gate changes, they're recommending to us like, oh, you know, they're bringing ideas to us that we are engaging with. So I guess I want to make sure that you have some context, that it's not like we're in a vacuum, and the commission has encouraged us to do this. And, you know, I applaud you guys for doing that. I mean, that's something that we needed to do. And over the past, it's unfortunate that, you know, COVID happened, 2020, 2021, as you know, it was hard for us to connect with customers. It's so difficult to connect with customers over Zoom or Teams. And it was important for us to actually have face-to-face contact with them, to actually understand what their problems and challenges are, and what their needs are. And every customer has different needs and demands, as you can probably imagine.
If I can turn your attention back to LCL.
Yeah.
There are other transportation companies that provide services for LCL, correct?
Yes. Some of them are our customers. Yes.
If you were to, do you know if you were to raise your rates for LCL so that you would at least break even? Do you know whether you would be charging more for LCL than other transportation companies that are also shipping LCL between islands?
I'll be guessing right now. I can't give you numbers. But again, I mean, you might be referring to some of the initiatives that I refer in the business plan, and it's really right now not ripe for us to actually, to give you that at this point in time. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that gets to the elasticity issue, right,
Yes.
as well, but like you don't, so you just don't know right now whether or not if you raised your rates on LCL to break even, whether or not you might still be charging less than everybody else who's shipping LCL.
I mean, my understanding, just by layman's terms, this, like, you know, like other freight forwarders, it's right now the LCL is non-compensatory. They can't compete with us. Right.
Right now, they
it's
charge
too low.
more.
Yes, that's my understanding, without knowing their numbers. But that's what, when we're out there, and I won't, I can't give exactly who's telling me this, but it's, you know, it's really it's too low. The LCL rates are too low.
But you don't know how low it is compared to others because you haven't done a market study.
I mean, again, that's my one. If I could punt over to Mr. Starkey, he probably can give you a better idea.
Okay. On back to the ag products thing quickly. Do you happen to know how milk is shipped between islands? Is it in giant vats only, or are some people shipping it in gallon containers? And
Yeah, it's a tricky issue because, you know, my hope is you have local dairies here, right? With milk cows on the islands. But as you know, we don't have that many dairies here. Most of the my understanding, the milk is being shipped from the mainland. And those are the milks that we do not want to give that discount to. I mean, it's not locally produced. It's right. And then also some of it's processed. So again, go back to the definition, raw and unprocessed. And those are the parameters that helps us to at least put some guardrails as to the subsidy that other ratepayers are paying for. And I think our employees are very passionate about that because they understand that other ratepayers are paying for that subsidy, that discount. And they're trying to, you know, do their part, but they can't do it by themselves. I think we need help from other agencies to help. And I'm hoping that this legislation, if it comes through, it would address a lot of the issues that you're bringing up in terms of the definition, et cetera. Because a lot of it is, do you want to expand the definition I mean, I'd love to expand it to accessorial products, but that's not fixing the problem. It's increasing the subsidy that other ratepayers are paying for.
Last question on definition, livestock. It's not in your separate definition on your tariff. It is in the DOT definition. someone else testified earlier, they think that livestock is actually getting the agricultural discount if it's being shipped to be slaughtered. Do you know the answer to the question of whether livestock is or is not being given an agricultural discount by Young Brothers?
Again, we go back by the definition in the tariff, it's raw and unprocessed. So if it's livestock that is being shipped between the islands, it's not under a connecting carriers agreement, which is the interstate shipment to the mainland, then it will be given the IP discount because it's intrastate. It's going through the regulated sailings.
Okay, no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Kwai.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nakagawa.
Good afternoon.
How are you holding up?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to some questions that Commissioner Yost had alluded to regarding Mr. Kiyotaki's testimony yesterday. You were here, correct?
Yes, I was.
So Mr. Kiyotaki, even though he's in charge of sales, indicated that he's not informed on contract specifics, that when he negotiates contracts or brings in customers, he doesn't know the specifics. He doesn't know the specifics on marketing, or he doesn't have any indication on strategy. So, and he punted the question over to you. So
Thank
I'm
you.
going to ask you these line of questions. Okay.
That's fine.
So contract specifics, Mr. Kiyotaki's department goes and gets a potential customer. Who negotiates the contracts?
If I can can I provide some context?
Sure.
Right, yes. So as I mentioned to Commissioner Yost, when we created the departments for marketing communications, there was a separate function for marketing communications, and then I created his department is called sales and business relations. And so technically what that entails is they are account representatives that report to him. So they really are existing account customers with the regulated sailings is what they're most of their time is doing, helping them with logistics and challenges of a lot of our regulated larger customers in particular, as to providing support. And so getting to your question, because of that, they don't
go back
really-
though, but he also testified that they go out and market additional sales.
So that's why we actually call it business relations. So what they do is, and it was harder when it was COVID, but now, they go to a lot of the trade organizations. So a lot of the organizations that you might be familiar with, the Livestock Council, Farm Bureau, they have all these, and they also actually go to the neighbor islands and actually talk to customers. And I won't name names, but I mean, I think it's like, whether it's ag products, etc. They're the ones that are in charge to actually forage and to actually try to get new business from other regulated customers. So on a contract basis, there's hardly any contracts. Well, as you may be aware, I mean, under our tariff, we're not allowed to do any contracts with a particular customer right now. So there's no contract negotiations under the tariff.
So unregulated customers, let's go to the unregulated customers. Who does the negotiation for the unregulated customers?
So for the large interstate customers, as he indicated, right now, it's the leadership team that actually
Who on the leadership team?
it's the president is really the one that is really in charge. And he is supported by primarily the chief financial officer and the vice president of operations.
So when let's say one of the contracts you folks entered into is basically aggregate material, that's right?
Yeah, and that our sales department does get involved with that. That's what you call chartered unregulated services. So aggregate is basically a lot of times is you're dealing with a lot of times a quarry or a construction company.
So who negotiated that contract?
It would be Kiyotaki's group with the support of operation and finance. So I wouldn't say it's primarily one of his people that actually report to him would probably be the lead in terms of negotiating the contract, the charter contract. but
Unfortunately, he punted all the questions to you, so you're gonna have to answer all these questions.
That's fine. Yeah. So hopefully I can explain it to you. So yeah, the charters are handled by his group. But of course, it's supported by operations and finance because a lot of it is the numbers, et cetera, would have to be and you know, Ms. Kishimoto can also explain it further to you, but her group is very good in terms of supporting key.
So you're using basically materials and labor that is being subsidized by the regulated customers to pursue these unregulated customer sailings, correct?
I'm not sure I understand materials and labor.
The barges are part of the regulated property, isn't it?
Well, Mr. Starkey can probably explain it further for you. It's not entirely regulated based upon the cost of service model. And it's mentioned it's partly regulated, but it's partly unregulated. That's how the cost of service is divided up. But I'm not the right person to answer that question, but it's not entirely regulated.
Well, you're doing at least 1 or 2 sailings per week of unchartered aggregate sailings, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And to clarify, I mean, you're correct. It might be an asset that is normally on a regulated sailing, but sometimes it's a lease asset that actually is used to basically do some of the charters.
Right, and my understanding from what he testified earlier, or what the testimony was from Mr. Martin earlier, is that it seems like a lot of the sailings, at least on the 2 new barges, are being used for unregulated services, correct?
That's correct if it's a charter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So at least that's basically something that the regulated customer is paying for, the barges, correct? A portion of it.
I would say it differently. I think I think it was discussed previously that the unregulated revenues from the charters helps the regulated. It pays for the cost.
Can you explain that further, please?
It's basically
You keep making this representation, so I'm trying to.
yes, yeah. I mean, it's all one system, right? It's otherwise, for example, I think we all know that all of our assets are utilized for both regulated and unregulated services. That's a given, and and if we are able to increase our unregulated revenues, it'll actually help the regulated because it pays for the costs. Because if, for example, I'm trying to be, and again, Mr. Starkey can explain this much more eloquently and better than I can, but it's like if but for the unregulated services, it would be much more costly to operate the regulated services.
But then you wouldn't have to have all this additional manpower and go into overtime to fit all the unregulated material onto the regulated sailings. Because you're mixing regulated and unregulated cargo on sailings, correct? Which in turn is leading to overtime, correct? You can't get all the cargo onto the ships in
Yes.
time, so you're incurring overtime.
But that's the reason why I think, I mean, and again, this is Mr. Starkey's expertise, but with the cost of service model, the cost is more labor intensive. So for example, the LCL services is more labor intensive because there's more touch points.
But that's not necessarily what the previous Mr. Martin had just testified. He basically said that basically 50% of the cargo is basically unregulated cargo. And then, but because to try to fit everything into the sailings, they're going into overtime. So if you didn't have to split the time and get all this regulated cargo onto the ships, would you have had to incur overtime? I guess that's my question. In other words, if you could get this shipments on, and it normally takes them 4 hours to get the shipment on, and let's say 50% of the cargo is unregulated and 50% is regulated, isn't it basically 2 hours of that, 2 or 3 hours of that just regulated cargo? and you wouldn't have had to incur overtime. And therefore, the extra time that it's taking for you folks to put the unregulated cargo in is resulting in overtime.
Yeah, that's one, if I can, I will put for the
Okay.
finance and Mr. Starkey, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
Let's talk about, folks purchased 2 new barges, correct?
Correct.
When was that?
It was put into service, I think end of December of 2024.
Okay. Who was responsible for that decision?
Again, it's ultimately is the president of the company that's
Or the
responsible.
but the president of the company changed, so.
Yes.
Did he do, was that his own sole decision?
No, I mean, I think the commission is aware that we do have a board of directors that does provide some, governance over us.
So the president, with the approval of the board, entered into essentially this decision to buy 2 new barges as you guys were coming out of COVID, correct?
Yes, and I believe that is correct. And then that's the reason why we actually, I think you're aware, it's in the record that we actually financed the barge. And that's where the docket was open so that it was fully transparent, that everyone knew that we're going to finance, and the reasons why we needed the barges was in the finance application.
But the 2 new barges serve Molokai and Lanai, correct?
No, that's not correct. As Mr. Martin indicated, the small barge, which is the Kalohi, was geared to primarily serve Molokai and Lanai. The larger barge is for the other island ports. The larger barge is unable to fit into the port of Lanai.
So I guess, given the small nature of the Molokai Lanai sailings, was that a prudent decision? Given that, based on the testimony previously, it's basically a area that you folks continuously lose revenue on.
Again, I think we mentioned previously, it's we take to heart in terms of, one is what's safe for everyone. I think Mr. Martin had mentioned this, right? And actually, it's not a lot of it is we think it was a prudent, because a lot of it is we got some efficiencies, as well as we were able to duly serve the smaller rural communities that need these services. And
You were serving these communities fine without the purchase, correct? It might not have been as efficient, but you wouldn't have incurred all the debt and have to execute a loan that is putting you in further financial distress.
maybe the commission is aware that that previous to this barge being into service, there was a lot of I guess cancellations to these islands because of the salt swells, and it was just very dangerous for our crew, and not only our crew but also the customers in utilizing the previous barge services, as well as I think we invested in the short tension system in Lanai, and it's a lot of it is we go by the adage is, I mean, and I this is, as you know, I mean, as chief of legal, I mean, it creates a lot of nightmares for me, because I don't want a major disaster to happen and it affects people's lives. And so this is really important to us. I mean, when we make these investments, we want to make sure that the people are safe, and it's not just not only our crew, but the entire community. And it's also environmental too.
And what about the second barge?
It's for the same reason. I think Mr. Martin mentioned that too, is that you have to plan for.
It just gave you more flexibility. It wasn't necessarily necessary to buy the second barge, correct? You said efficiencies that helped gave you folks flexibilities, but it wasn't necessary.
I would respectfully disagree.
You disagree with Mr. Martin.
Sorry, with Commissioner Kwan. It's because it's a asset that's used in useful utility purposes. It's been used as we speak, and we've been hearing a lot of it too. Is I think the commission has been very good about, guiding us and making us sure that we provide good customer service. And, the feedback we're getting from the customers, particularly the non-customers, Molokai customers, and I encourage a lot of you guys to.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the Molokai. We passed that. Now we're on to the second barge.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like they like these new barges. They feel this is
It's like a new car. I like a new car, but would I buy two new cars when I'm in financial distress? That's the question, right? Is that a good business decision?
At the time that we actually made the decision, it was a good decision. And I preface this, it was fully transparent. We actually, we financed this barge. We filed an application, received approval for these two new barges. And so we feel at that point in time, it was a prudent and necessary decision. And to this day, I think it was the right decision.
Even though that your witnesses have testified that they project a sidewards or downward trend in your volume, and therefore, and you anticipate losses of 25 million in the minimum on the LCL side. Is that still a prudent decision?
It goes back to, again, we go by the adage that we have to provide a safe, reliable service.
But who should be paying for these operational efficiencies that you are asking for? I guess that's my question is this provides you flexibility, but was it really a necessary purchase given your financial difficulties that you're before us now? And this isn't the first time you've indicated that you're in financial difficulty. You came to us every single year saying you're in financial distress. So again, I'm questioning whether or not this was a prudent decision. And who should be paying for this prudent decision, this business decision of yours to purchase these two barges at a time then when you indicated that you're in financial distress? Is it the ratepayer or is it your shareholders?
Again, I guess if I can ask, I'm not sure what your question is. Could I repeat your question? Or can you rephrase the question?
I'll let it pass.
Thank you.
I have no more further questions.
Mr. Nakagawa, I just want to confirm or clarify something. So we'll start with Commissioner Yosa's question about the shipping of milk. And let me use Metagold. When Metagold came back, right?
Yes.
All right. So, right, and to my understanding, they were shipping, right? They were shipping, right, package ready for retail, right, from the dairy in Hilo,
Yes.
right, and to the neighbor islands, right, basically, coming through Honolulu. So was that under the ag discount, or was that like a special charter, or what was the deal there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, Chair, as to that particular movement, if it was under the ag discount, but if I look at just the definition on the island ag product, it should be raw and unprocessed. If it was pasteurized and if it was processed, I would not give the IEP to that particular customer.
Okay, so probably it was some other
Yeah, and I think
contract or whatever, right, to
well, I don't believe Metago charters with us. So one, I think we can take that out. I have not seen a charter agreement between YB and Young Brothers, and I don't believe, as I mentioned to you, Commissioner Kawai, we don't have any side agreements with regulated customers, and so that's not part of the tariff that we're allowed to do. So I don't believe that they're doing that to either in terms of that movement, but it's probably. I know they ship ISO tanks, and it's probably under the tariff rate. And I'm almost certain that we have a beverage commodity rate that is slightly discounted than other containerized rates. My understanding, I don't know an exact discounted, but I believe there is some slight discount on the beverage rate. So I'm assuming that I'm speculating, but I'm assuming that they're shipping under beverage.
Let me turn to YB 203. You know that we was discussing with Ms. Verbrugge, right? It was a 2-page, right?
Oh,
Uh,
the strategic plan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, page 1, right? It's entitled Our Whole Hiki to Serving Hawaii Island.
I see
appears-
it.
Right?
Yep.
Appears to be a flyer, right? And I would assume it's, I'll call it public, but at least to customers, right, of YB, right? Providing them information,
Yes.
right?
It could be customers, it could be industry. A lot of times
Yeah.
we, as you may be aware, we participate in Farm Bureau events or 4-H, farm fairs. And this is like this awareness engagement, and we give out flyers. So
Okay.
it might not be this, it might be a customer, but it could be also, our,
Okay.
yeah, connecting to communities.
I guess generally available like on your guys' website or
Yes.
as you guys provide wherever you are, right?
Right.
Okay. And then, right, page 2 was the kind of like a progress update of the 5-year strategic business plan. Are we talking the same business plan that was filed more recently? Or is this like the first iteration or what was in progress?
Yes, this was filed with the commission as part of the management audit requirements. I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was filed sometime in 2022, early 2022.
Okay.
But it's not the business plan that was filed on this past July 30th. This is and again, this is a strategic
Yeah.
plan versus a business plan. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because, right, the testimony from Ms. Chu yesterday kind of said the business plan is more internal,
Yes.
right? But this seems, right, this kind of flyer with progress, right, could actually be public too, right? I mean, it could be,
And I agree that I had to get educated that the differences between a business plan and also a strategic plan.
okay,
Normally, yeah, strategic plan is external.
okay.
Yep.
And then the last thing I think, I just wanted to clarify, you know, in your, with the cross-examination from the consumer advocate, Mr. Knox, and you guys were talking about the cycle, right?
Yes.
Breaking the cycle. And would you agree that the cycle is just not, right, coming back for rate increases or, you know, even in rate cases or et cetera, right? But the cycle contains, right, say the time that you guys got something, right? You guys got an approval, rate increase, emergency rate increase kind, but then the cycle goes, right? You guys do well for a while, and then something happens again, right? And it could be an event, it could be a business decision, it could be, you know, who knows, right? Could be a natural disaster, it could be, right, whatever, right? And then we're back, right, again, looking at the financial status of the company, and then you're back for a rate increase. Would you agree that that's the entire cycle and that's what we're trying to break, or what the company is trying to break?
I'm trying to be consistent to my rebuttal testimony. I think what I said to Mr. Knox was breaking a cycle, in my opinion, is to have a healthy, sustainable utility or a water care, like
Well,
yeah.
that would be the end goal, right? But I'm trying to get to what is the actual cycle, right? And
Yes, and it's and as you know, Chair, it's a lot of things that's unforeseen, uncontrollable, right? I think a lot of times, even the April 2020, I'm sorry, August 2023, was it 2023 wildfires?
Wildfires.
I mean, that hit us hard. I mean, that's in my opinion, that really because as you know, we depend on the neighbor islands. It's a lot of the construction materials. I mean, if the neighbor islands thrive, in my opinion, I think we thrive. And so, and those are things, those are macro things that I wish we could control that. I mean, I wish that was something that we could, you know, and a lot of things that we were trying to do, like, for example, like, you know, that I think, yeah, it's, be part of it as well as, and that's why there's a lot of competition. Like, for example, our sales group was working really hard to, I know we're going a little tangents, but, you know, like when the wildfires, like having a lot of the modular homes and, you know, those kinds of things, they worked really hard with a lot of companies to actually try to move modular homes to Maui, which helped us. It really helped us. That was an additional revenues for us in some respect. But again, we didn't move all of them. Others went through direct shipments, etc. And it would have been very nice if the state could have like helped in terms of like, you know, having us move most of it, because that would have helped the entire communities.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one final thing, right? We talked about this new marketing department that's under you.
Yes.
What are all the duties? It's not, I assume it's not just marketing, like sales marketing, but it's also public
Yeah.
relations, it's also, or external affairs, whatever you want to call it. What is all included in that division?
It's a whole gamut of things, and I'm glad you brought it up, because one thing I was forgot to mention is I think Ms. Lum mentioned that we're recruiting for a director of business development, and that's something that I held off for a while because of cost containment. I didn't want to like, you know, fill that position, but it's something that's important to us because a lot of it is commercial sales strategy expertise. Kind of, I think what Commissioner Yost was referring to is being able to do studies, analysis, you know, those are the wish lists that we would love to have to understand. And a lot of it is strategic, right? Is how do we increase our team and our aperture, I guess I don't know if the word, and bandwidth and resources so that we can focus on revenues. And we do that as we speak. I forgot to mention to Commissioner Yost, I mean, it's like, it's really important to us in terms of trying to figure out additional revenues. We work with the finance. Ashley Kishimoto can actually give you more insights, but because I give credit for her because she's the one that's been out there saying, how can we get more revenues into the company, both regulated and unregulated? So we talk about it all the time. Like, what do we do? And a lot of it is like what we're talking about is how do we utilize our assets? And that's why I think to Commissioner's Hawaii's point is we need the assets, because if we are able to get more revenues through other sources, that's only helps the company. You know, we just did, for example, EQ Fernandez. This is the first time ever that EQ Fernandez has supported a county fair on Maui. I believe it's this weekend. And it was important for us because we were able to get more revenues from that. And it was paid by the County of Maui. Thank you to the County of Maui for supporting us on that, because these are important things. We as a community all have to work together to actually help each other out. And that's the way I think we need to operate here is we're a company here that we're trying to survive, and we're just trying to do our best to survive to serve the communities. And our employees, I mean, they come every day thinking that way. As Mr. Martin mentioned, you know, our employees are different. I think they are passionate about just being able to serve the communities. And, you know, I hope they don't leave us because a lot of them they probably can get higher paying jobs elsewhere. But I mean, I'm talking about, you know, I mean, not all employees, but I mean, like a lot of my employees, I hope, you know, they stay with me, right? But I know they come to work every day because they know what their mission and their passion is. And I want to make sure that you guys have the context that with what we have, we're doing the best we can to keep this utility going.
Okay, you guys have a communications person, right?
Yes,
On staff.
her name is Jennifer Lim, who's a marketing communications
So
manager.
is she in charge of this new marketing division?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So if I hire the director of business development, she would report to this person.
Okay.
And so it's basically a confluence, so that person would actually be able to strategize both the marketing communications as well as the sales and business relations as a unit.
And then in that, and maybe let's stay with communications, right? That includes, you know, releases, announcements, made to customers, made to the public, et cetera, right? Like press releases.
Yes.
And the like. Okay, so you're aware of the press release that was issued yesterday?
Yeah, and I understand that she coordinated with your communications person, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. But it came out of the Bennett Group.
That's the external, yeah, consultant that she utilizes, correct?
Okay. So people are reviewing, who's reviewing what they put out?
Again, it's a small team, so
Yeah.
it's entire team. It's both finance, operations, and us.
But
My-
primarily your head of
If you want to
marketing.
put a point person for me, I'm accountable, yes.
The buck
I look
stops
at,
with you.
yes,
basically.
yes.
Okay.
Yep, because she reports to me, so I'm accountable for it. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Um,
Until I find a new director.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll stop there. Any other questions, commissioners? Any redirect?
Can we take a short break before redirect?
Sure. 5 minutes?
Okay.
Is that good? Thank you. All right. Ms. Igusa, go ahead if you have any redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Nakagawa, you had a detailed discussion with Commissioner Kuwai about how barges and overtime are allocated between the company's regulated and unregulated businesses. Do you agree that regulated customers are subsidizing unregulated services like charters and unregulated cargo? With that said, is allocating costs between regulated and unregulated services something you spend a lot of time with? Would Mr. Starkey be able to answer these and any other detailed questions about cost allocation?
Yes.
Can you clarify what YB is doing to grow revenues?
Yes, in addition to like. Process many analytics, a lot of processes are required. And we are looking at, and we've been successful in actually incorporating these, different fees. But it's
Could you turn on your mic? Sorry.
Sorry. Can you hear me now? Yes. Do I have to repeat my statement again?
If you could, well, I mean, whatever you remember.
Okay.
I think we need to start over, right?
Start over?
There's nothing recorded, Andrew?
No, but his mic was.
Okay,
His mic.
right, I understand. So if none of his answers are in the record.
So
So if you want to go back to your first, yeah.
Okay.
My apologies.
Mr. You had a detailed discussion with Commissioner Kuwai about how barges and overtime are allocated between the company's regulated and unregulated businesses. Do you agree that regulated customers are subsidizing unregulated services like charters and unregulated cargo?
No.
With that said, is allocating costs between regulated and unregulated services something you spend a lot of time with?
I don't.
Would Mr. Starkey be able to answer these and any other detailed questions about cost allocation?
Yes, I believe so. He's the best witness.
Can you clarify what YB is doing to grow revenues?
As I mentioned previously, we, in addition to, for myself, recruiting a new leader of the overseeing marketing, communications, and sales and business relations. As we speak, we have initiated a lot of processes to grow new revenues, and protocols. And so we're not just waiting for this person to come on board. It's as we speak, we're taking or instilling a lot of processes and protocols to get additional revenues, both on the unregulated and regulated side of the business.
And can you tell me what the Kalohi replaced?
As I believe Mr. Martin indicated in his testimony, it was a barge that has ended its useful life. So it replaced a barge that it no longer can be in service.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any recross? Any further questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Nakagawa.
Thank you.
Yes, since we're close to 4:30, we'll adjourn for the day. We'll pick up with Ms. Kishimoto tomorrow morning. Hopefully we can get through that and then also the CA's witnesses, but we'll see. I don't want to jinx it, right? If we're gonna get to closing statements, but maybe prepare for that just in case. If we can get it all done tomorrow, probably save everybody a lot of time. But so the game plan again, let's start up at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Ms. Kishimoto on the stand, and we'll get through her, then we'll figure out how quickly. Oh, we have Mr. Starkey as well, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. And then we'll see how far we can get with the CA. And then, yeah, I just thought about it. Maybe we're gonna have to come back. I mean, I hate to just do closing statements, like on one day. So. All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're in recess until tomorrow morning. Thank you.